Hello, hello, welcome back. If you remember in part 18, this is part 19. Yay, brain, good job, you actually did it. In part 18, I was quite dissatisfied about the state of many things, the game included, but also my LP, because I don't like feeling angry, and I don't like communicating that in the LP. And that's going to say the same. I really don't. I would much rather have a positive attitude, but there's not much to do about it whenever I'm playing a video game. Which, as I mentioned, the only time I ever get really angry about anything at all, it's a video game, unfortunately. But to that end, and by the way, remember how in this area I looked up there and it's like, that area, it looks like you can actually get up there. Apparently you can. I haven't gotten up there yet, but I think I know how to. But all the same. Some of you are actually tuning in yet. Some of you are actually tuning in for the sake of me being angry at video game, which is unfortunate, but still understandable. Boop. Yep, I think it's here. Because I never actually went down this path. Praise Sarah Tree. Thank goodness, thank goodness. But there is still a lot of honeymooning going on with this game right now, which is kind of surprising, but a lot of people make their livings. This is one of the things you have to understand about this sort of thing. A lot of people do make their livings off doing content for stuff like this. And they are being, of course, bankrolled by the companies themselves. Like, the publisher or whomever will hire them out, you know, advertise, and to that end, they're not going to criticize the game. If anything, they're going to really toot its horn for them. I think this is it. There's Search's treasure chest, baby. Radagon, thank you! Yes, someone in the group did something. I don't care. That needs to be further down the screen. We've discussed this. Okay, anyways. So to that end, I'm just going to complain about things whenever I see them. It doesn't make me feel good to do it. Just bear that in mind. But I'm still going to do it. If you cannot bear to hear me criticizing the game, then, like, congratulations first on getting it this far in the playthrough. That's very impressive. But just bear in mind, I'm going to do it. But in typical me fashion, I will attempt to leverage those complaints, not with false praise. Like, there's a lot of, as I mentioned before, there's a lot to like about this game. But I'm not going to try to... Oh, you can actually go. I'm not going to try to, you know, say I'm not allowed to criticize it until I give one good compliment, or, you know, something like that. That's absolutely ridiculous. If something is true, then it is true. Trying to sugarcoat everything is not going to accomplish anything. But I will try to be fair about everything if I can. So that's what I've been getting at. There's more to this area than I thought there'd be. I thought there'd just be like this balcony, and then you know, that would be it. Anyways, yes. Radagon icon. Let's go ahead and talk about this for a split second. Do I have... Yeah, I've got plenty of health. Let's see. I kind of do like having the Blessed Dew Talisman on, just because it, I do so much standing around and talking that it actually benefits me more than it would most people. Radagon icon. Shortened spell, casting time. Look at that pink hair he's got. Look at that bright pink hair. A legendary talisman depicting the Elden Lord Radagon. Shortens casting time, sorcery incantation. As the husband of Renala of Caria, the red-haired, Radagon studied sorcery. And as the husband of Queen Marika, he studied incantations. This did the hero aspire to be complete. Man, he's just getting around all over the place, isn't he? I noticed a few people in my comment section being like, no, you have it all wrong. It was Renala and Radagon. That's what I'll remind you guys, that's what I think that I'm saying in my head. Like, I know Radagon came to the lake area, started a fight that he couldn't really win outright. They had a big marriage ceremony. Maybe Turtle Pope was there, I don't know. I kind of doubt it, but maybe he was. And later they got divorced, blah, blah, blah. I know the whole thing. So if I accidentally say that, I don't know, Renala married Rania or something, you should know that I know that it's actually Radagon. It's just that all their names are so fucked up in this game, which is another complaint I have, of course, that my brain will sometimes just say those things. So don't worry too much about it. I know what I'm saying. It's just that mushmouth will happen, especially with Elden Ring names. You know, the nomenclature of things in this game is ridiculous. They did a very bad job of it. I'll go ahead and say that. The whole naming convention, I don't know who did that. Whether it was George, whether it was Miyazaki, I don't know, I don't care. Point being, it is not the same thing as Guinevere, Gwen, Gwendolyn. Like, even those are fairly simple to remember, although even those could be better. This is so bad that I have heard nothing but universal complaints about it. It is incredibly terrible. They should not have done that. That was a mistake. That is on them. That is their fault. Anyways, Radagon, he studied sorceries under Renala. Wonder what he knew before he got there, then. Maybe he's just like a big dumb brute. Who knows? But apparently he raised his int values, and then later on raised his faith values. Which is kind of funny, if he didn't have any of those whenever he left in the first place. Anyways, as the husband of Renala, and as the husband of Queen Marika. Okay. So he was a guy that tried to be as robust as possible. Good for him. It's always good to learn new things, you know? Actually, one thing, I think I did, yes, I looked this up earlier. I think that this thing gives you 40 virtual dexterity, I think. What that means, I believe, is that it's essentially the same thing as giving you plus 40 to your dexterity, which is insane. But it doesn't actually improve your dexterity in any way, aside from the fact that it improves your cast speed. And that's it. That's the only thing it actually does. And I think that dexterity, the bonus to dexterity, as far as your casting speed goes, maxes out completely at 70, I think. I might be wrong on those numbers. And those numbers could change in the future. I have no idea. And so it always pays to look at our terrible, terrible wiki until Wikidot comes along and fixes everything for us. Because Wikidot is the savior that we all need. It just takes them a while to get going. So to that end, I guess having 30 dexterity would be the most dexterity that you would want if you wanted to actually focus on casting speed. I might test this later. I might. What's this? Oh, Crystal Bud. Hey, Crystal Bud! It's my Crystal Bud. I might do some testing of that if I actually remember to. But I probably won't. I probably won't, let's be fair. I probably won't. But yes. I made that mental decision that, and since there, yep, knew it. Like the second that I'm like, oh, there's a guy right in front of it, they want you to go backstab him. It's like, that means in typical FromSoft fashion, they're going to put someone that's looking directly at you. Either to the left or to the right. Are they both attacking now? Oh, good, good. Now they have no idea where I actually am, or they shouldn't. But they'll just keep attacking for a while. Well, I'm gonna go fucking get him. I didn't see anything, but I know he's there. Good old FromSoft. They only know how to make one encounter, you know? Haha! Thought I was gonna fall for that, didn't you? Dumb cuck! Bitch! Motherfucker! Now for the other one. I'm gonna penetrate you, and you're gonna like it. Now, someone said that whenever they wear these silly masks, they somehow become integrated inside of them, and they eventually lose their internal bodies and their actual heads become the helmets. I have seen no evidence of that whatsoever so far. It could be someone just making up headcanon, or it could be future spoilers that I don't have access to yet. Some people in the comments are kind of bad about that. I have seen some people say that listening to me talk about the lore is infuriating because I don't have the answers yet. But of course, neither did you when the game came out, and that's exactly where I am right now. There's nothing I can really do about it. Okay, so it looks like that's everything that's up here. Why did they even put this balcony here? Like, nothing was here except for these two dorks and this little golden rune that was up right over here. And that's not even really worth the bother. They could have handled that a little bit better. Maybe they just made the area, and then they're like, what should we put here? And then they couldn't think of anything, so they just pooped that there. I don't know. Anyways, what I'm going to be doing today is going underground, I think, unfortunately. Although I will mention that I realized that the place I need to go will be... what's it called? Red Manor or something like that? But anyways, Radon's, or whatever his name is, his castle. So it got me thinking, if I go down here, which I will, if I go down here and I keep advancing the quest line, that will force Blythe to move to that area, which will begin the festival. And once the festival has begun, that also has another unfortunate consequence, and that whenever you get there, all the enemies will be missing, first off. And in addition to all the enemies going missing, all the doors will also close and lock, with no way to open them at all. And the only way of getting them back open, that I found anyways, is to beat the festival, leave, but don't teleport back inside. Because for some reason that doesn't seem to work. It might work for some people, but this is a FromSoft game. It's really poorly coded and scripted in a lot of ways. So that just won't work sometimes, or it hasn't with me. You actually have to teleport outside the bridge area, or just somewhere outside of the area, and then make your way there physically. And that will cause the enemies to repopulate. Sometimes. Sometimes it causes the enemies to repopulate. Oh, have I activated? Yes, okay. So you can see where some of my problem might come in. Because if I do advance this completely, then that means that I will have that much more time wasted having to wait in order to get the fire whetstone that I need, which will finally, in my inventory of ashes, you see all these things? I'm not allowed to use any of them at all, except for the two that you don't see, which are the 2 faith ones that I have. All the rest of them are completely worthless to me for the time being, because I don't have the whetstone that scales with faith. There's 2 of them. One of them is over there, post-festival, and the other one is inside the capital. And again, that is a severe flaw with how they organize these things. I still don't quite understand what the purposes of the whetstone system even is. Because obviously if you... Again, I think it just has something to do with them having this delusional idea of people starting as a quality-heavy keen build and then evolving into a sorcery or faith build, which is not really how people play. I have seen like at least 1 or 2 people say, yeah, I actually did that. But one of them was like, yeah, it was a pain in the ass, I will never do that again. And the other one was like, no, I didn't notice anything. So, you know, there's always at least one person that's an exception for everything. But I think it still is a general common rule. The idea that people actually do that is kind of ridiculous. Anyways. Simple fix to the wet blade system is just to not have it. I can understand the idea of not having it initially, because then that does have the bonus value of showing people, hey, these things are different from one another. There are distinctions between them that might matter to you. But if you change the scaling, and by the way, these guys are very slow. Oh, here he comes. I really appreciate that these guys exist. They're not the best enemy type, but I still really appreciate that they exist. Because so many of the enemies are just so goddamn fast. Now, the problem with these guys is whenever they get all clustered up like this. I'm sure for most people that are not me, fighting these guys might be the most irritating thing in the world. Because they have they have like infinite poise, and that attack they're doing right there, where they swipe in and then swipe out, actually hits you twice. It pulls you in if you get hit by it. Ooh, almost got hit. So, I've noticed, especially in co-op, a lot of players don't think about what they're doing. I would say that probably most players do that. I can't even remember if I said most or not. I'm thinking about these guys. Because if I get summoned in, the first thing that a lot of hosts will do is just run straight in, like take arrows to the face from a bunch of skeletons, take a ton of damage, face fuck the content, kill things as fast as they possibly can. And then after all the enemies are dead, then they'll, you know, just use up an Estus flask and hope for the best. And of course, by the time that they actually reach the boss, if they're not summoning for the boss anyways, then they'll have no ability to heal, and it will pretty much just come down to you. It'll be entirely up to you to clear the boss for them, and that's the reason why they summoned you in the first place. Ooh, Clayman's Harpoon. Something new. Probably a really crappy weapon, too, considering I've never even heard anyone talk about this before. Okay. Harpoon with a tip made from sharpened meteorite shard. Wielded by the Clayman, who infests dynastic remains. The blade emits a faint light and deals magic damage. Okay. Alright, so magic, again, is associated with the sky. Again, magic also being associated with things being made of rock or, you know, stone, whatever. Doesn't tell us anything about what Claymen are, but all the same, it's a little bit of something, I guess. Actually, sir, before I got started, well, actually, I was trying to do setup, and I was trying to think of what weapons I could use. Oh, that's another thing I need to talk about. Wow, there's so many of them. How about my old tail? And again, I'm glad that a lot of people were like, oh yeah, the magic system is awful. Well, not the magic system as a whole, you know, like all magic, just, you know, the way that the slot system is organized, that kind of stuff. I saw basically no dissenting opinions on that. Anyone that had any comments to make about it were like, yeah, it's awful. I think I may have seen like one person be like, well, it doesn't bother me that much. But still, admittedly, it's a bit of a problem. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's that, see all these things I'm scrolling through, all my spells? The game gives you way too many slots for it. Another one. Which ends up having the effect of, if you equip too many spells, then it becomes almost impossible to scroll through all of them. Whereas if I said before, if you have a modifier key and just allow players to assign one spell to every button on your controller, then that problem goes away completely. But FromSoft shall be FromSoft until they are not. And they don't think about such things. They just keep regurgitating the same formula over and over and over again, and have a desperate, crippling fear that doing something that falls out of the confines of that formula will prove to be unpopular, so they refuse to do it. Which I think is the reason why Miyazaki has become so incredibly obsessed with difficulty in his video games. As you might remember in the last part, I was talking about how in the past he had an interview where he was talking about how difficulty was never the point of designing demons in Dark Souls 1. That it was more about, he didn't overtly say fairness, but it was more about respecting the player's intelligence. You know, the whole idea behind those games being, if you take damage, then you clearly did something wrong. That's what damage and health is supposed to be. It's a measurement of how many times that you have made a mistake. And if you make too many mistakes, then you have to reset and try again. This is the most formulaic design way of looking at the games. I'm not gonna kill all these guys. I just wanted to demonstrate that there is a little side passage here that has water running through it, and there's just some herbs and some guys. I don't know why there's a side passage. You don't need it, but it's here. It's definitely here. This guy has glowing eyes, though, so he must die. Oh man, that slowdown. How about... Whoop, scroll past it. Flame of Frenzy. I don't really use my magic as much as I should. This one criticism of myself I will give. Not really. Whoops. Well, so much for that backstab. That one worked, though? You say so, sir. I like the charged R2 on this. It's really fun. It's so refreshing actually fighting these guys. Because they're actual, like, Dark Souls style enemies. They're just slow. They compensate by having an apparently infinite amount of poise, but that's not a big deal if you're just very, very slightly patient. I really like that about them. But the good feelings in this area are about to end because that doesn't last too long. This is not a particularly fantastic area to be in. Alright. Hello there. I hear you. I see you. Come back here, you little tumbleweed fuck. Little rascal. No. Don't jump over him. The game's pretty bad about that. Jumping over things. There we go. There we go. Nice. Okay, but I chose to use the pickaxe, but what I was doing before was using a mace combined with since I was wanting to do this before, but the game doesn't give you 2 morning stars. There's no way of getting another one unless you play the video game again, or just get someone to drop it for you, or cheat. But there's only one other early game mace club hammer. I think that there might only be one other one in the whole game. Just the Spike Club and Morningstar. There might not be another one. I don't remember. But anyways, this Spike Club. I had not forgotten that I never farmed it, but farming it is a pain in the ass, but I decided to just do it anyways. Let's read it. Spike Club, a club with beast fangs wrapped around the striking end. The uneven spread of fangs causes blood loss. I like how if you use a sword, that doesn't cause bleed. If you use, like this crazy thing, the flame mace, has all sorts of like curved and clearly sharpened edges on it. No, that doesn't cause any bleed. Use like a big axe that will chop you in 2. No, that doesn't cause bleed. But you glue some teeth to a stick? Oh, fuck. Watch out. Here comes hemorrhage. Given only to the toughest of demi-humans, this weapon is a badge of honor, or so the demi-humans believe. Honestly, I think the bleed mechanic in this game was a bad idea. If you see other like I know that a lot of people, no, not bleed, I love bleed. I know you love bleed. That's the problem. Is that that's like the only thing that actually works against a lot of things. The game is not well balanced. It's one of my many criticisms of Elden Ring. It's really, really badly balanced. So, on my strength guide that I was playing the other day, I mentioned this on Twitter. I went over to where the Great Jar is, and oh no, he saw the Great Jar early. It doesn't matter. The Great Jar gives you like ellipses, and then that's it. Nothing happens there. It's not important at all. But anyways, I went over there. He gives you 3 PvP signs. Those PvP signs use equipment that is randomly picked from players that are in the area, from what I gather. It might be from just a certain level range, I have no clue. But they are player builds. So whenever you look at those 3 signs, you get a good gist for what people are doing in their playthroughs. And I had to respawn a few times because I like glitched off the branch a few times. Yeah, I branch killed them. You will not understand that yet, but later on you will. But, of the several of those signs that I saw, all of them, 100% of them, and this is like probably 12 I saw in total, all of them had bleed weapons. Even the sorcerers. Like, I found a couple of people that were clearly casters wearing caster clothing, and they had, you know, staffs. They still had a katana in their offhand. Golden centipede. Golden centipedes are a symbol of the death rune, or whatever. Yeah, whatever. Something to bear in mind. Oh, look at that. Signed while we're here. But it just goes to show you that, given enough time, all players will eventually devolve into just being bleed players. Even more specifically, all players will eventually devolve into being bleed/frost characters. Which may or may not include arcane. Not every single person is arcane, but it definitely helps. Yeah. And that's because in this game, one, as mentioned in the last part, the scaling on... I never picked that up. The scaling on lots of things in this game are quite bad. Like, my strength user has 53 strength right now, which is enough to hit the 80 cap if you're two-handed. Have these bubble... I like the bubble spells, they're cute. Probably not particularly effective in PvP. Unless you're, like, standing in a hallway or something. Ah, motherfucker. Yeah. Yeah. But I like them. They're nice. That's an enemy spell. Really nice. You can still get hit by them, but... Like, even then, I took 1 damage from that little bubble, but it's because I chose to BS right there. I really appreciate these guys. They're not really a threat... But that's exactly what Dark Souls enemy... Well, you know, that's what enemies should feel like in a game like this, I'll say. You might be wondering if there's something down there. The answer is no, there is not. I checked. In another playthrough, anyways. Anyways, yes. It's just that bleed is one of the very, very few things in this game that actually work. So that's the reason why everyone uses bleed. To varying degrees. Now, the method of bleed differed from person to person. Most people were using katanas. Like, probably 75% of the people that I saw were all using katanas. Of the ones that were not, they were still using, like, a scepter, or a halberd class weapon, I should say, that dealt bleed damage. Or, I think one person did have a mace that dealt bleed damage. What's the safest way? Probably this way. There we go. Try not to get myself killed getting this little guy. Oh well. You don't actually have to... There's nothing else up here, so don't worry too much about missing anything. Naughty boy. Oracle bubbles, thank God. Everything I ever hoped for. Yeah, anyways, bleed is very prevalent in this game because even if you're a strength user that has 53 in strength and are two-handing weapon, you still deal next to fucking nothing in damage. The only way to get around that problem is if you're using, like, enchantments along with weapon arts that specifically buff your damage. So it's not uncommon to see people do things like carry a... Like, before they go into a boss, they'll do things like equip certain weapons that they can two-hand, use the weapon art, then they de-equip it, use another thing that will stack with that, and they just keep stacking different forms of damage buffs. Then they'll, like, coat their weapon or enchant it or whatever. Then they'll go in, and then they deal, like, 3,000 damage with one swing or whatever it is. I shouldn't have to explain why that's terrible. Like, that's just awful. It really... Your game should be balanced for the experience of actually interacting with the game systems. It really just feels so cheap. Like there's no video game at all. I could probably explain that in better terms, but I feel like you probably get what I'm saying. I would much like it would probably be better if there was no such thing as any form of damage buff. Because what's the benefit of a damage buff other than just number? Like number good, big number. But from a design standpoint, what does it actually do? Is there some sort of downside to using it beyond the time it takes to apply it? No, not really. Is there some other consequence to using it whenever you apply it? Maybe you could apply the wrong kind, and instead of hurting the monster a lot, you do less damage than before because it's fire or something? But that will happen once, not really a big deal. It's probably something you're not going to do if you notice that the enemy is on fire and you're trying to apply fire, or whatever. It's just a simple, shitty way to put icing on top of your diarrhea cake that you call your video game to try to cover up the fact that your scaling is awful. And that's the main problem, is you didn't balance all the weapons accordingly to what they should be in order to deal with all the content in the game, and your solution to that was just to leave in lots of exploits so that if players want to use the exploits, then they can. And you're seeing that as a design solution, so that you don't have to worry about that problem anymore. That's why there's so many of them in the game. It's just a band-aid for what should be more careful, nuanced design. That's the reason why I don't like those. And that's the reason why people use bleed. Is because they don't have to worry about that shit. It does a percentage amount of damage to anything's health bar as long as they can bleed. So if you see a big boss with billions of health points, like everything seems to have in this game, like especially, we'll start running into things in a bit that have way too much health. Like Black Flame Monks immediately jump to mind. They're not really a big deal, but still, you can tell they have way too much health. And it's like they are made for bleed weapons and nothing else. They want you to use a katana. They want you to use spells. And that's it. So eventually you see everyone doing the same thing. Katana with spell. Oracle Bubbles, Golden Centipede. Let's read that. Let's read our precious bubble item. Ooh. Precious bubble, where are you, precious bubble? I'll shoot you, pop you all over, big bad man. Sorcery of the Clayman. What are they? What? Who served as priests? What? Claymen are not like... They're not invented people? They're not automatons or golems? You don't fold a piece of paper and put it into their mouth and say a prayer that makes it come alive and do your bidding? Okay, if you say so. Produces several small magical bubbles that There's something so cute about that. They drift towards foes before they naturally pop. Charging increases the delay before the bubbles pop. The Claymen search for lost oracles within their bubbles. What? They're searching for lost oracles? What the fuck does that mean? Like an oracle would be like a soothsayer or a prophet, right? And they lost some of them, and they're trying to find them in bubbles? Are the bubbles themselves like seeing eyeballs? Or crystal balls? Seeing eyeballs. Crystal balls? And they look into them and are like, ooh, I think I see her! Maybe I don't have enough context. Maybe this gets a little bit more explanation later, but that really seems like kind of pointless fluff for really no reason. But still, I guess the Claymen used to be priests. Good for them. That's fucking weird, but if you say so. I thought for sure that they were just constructed automaton people. I always forget to pick up this one. I think it's because I always see it, and then I get distracted because there's just so many Claymen in this one little part. And then I just forget about it. Anyways. Alright. So that. Ugh, I forgot about that. I'll try to get to the next. Really? Come on. There we go. The next waypoint I get to, the next bonfire, the next point of grace I get to. I'm going to actually warp out of this area, then come back. Which shouldn't take too long. And there's nothing over here, oddly. Silver fireflies. I mean, there's nothing over here in terms of the level geometry. I'm not quite certain why this... Like, the level structure of this beginning area is very strange. Like, it almost feels like a Dark Souls 2 area, because there's just big open areas that don't really go anywhere, and then there's copy-pasted enemies all over the place. In this case, there's a reason for them being so numerous, and it's because the enemies themselves would not really be a threat one-on-one. So just having tons of them is the means of actually solving the problem. I want this one, because he has glowy eyes. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Okay. Alright, the thing I actually want... Ooh. The thing I actually want to do is go over to where Bach is right now, because I did discover that there is a dialogue option with Melina. Yeah, remember her? No? Me either. But she's technically the level up lady in this game. Yeah, I also forget that she exists. They also did not handle her very well. The next one will be pretty soon. Don't have to worry about it. They didn't handle Melina pretty well. Now, I am very glad that she is not like a typical level up lady that won't shut her fucking mouth. For some reason, some people like that. Like, whenever you go to level up and you're looking at the screen, you're going through, going, mind, endurance, strength, what do I need? What are the soft caps again? I can't... Like, whenever you're thinking, when you're trying to think, there's some loud bitch in the background. Like me, I'm like, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to think, you dumb whore. I'm not actually that angry. I thought it'd be funny to say you dumb whore. Sorry. Yeah, please be quiet. I'm trying to work. You skank. Level up skank. It's really distracting. It's almost impossible to... Like, to think what you're... It's impossible to formulate coherent thoughts when that's going on in the back of your head. So I appreciate... That's the reason why I like the bonfire so much. Just the bonfire and nothing else. Is because the bonfire keeps its mouth shut. And to Elden Ring's credit, I do like that about this game as well. The fact that there is no level up lady screaming in your ear every time. And you see how irritated I get with, like, the blacksmith? I thought you were dead and gone. What the fuck? Where are you now? Oh well, I guess I'll do my job anyways. How's it going? He just says that every time that you talk to him, right? Yeah. That really gets on my nerves. So even the level up lady, even if she keeps her mouth shut whenever you're doing your business on the potty, even if she says all that beforehand, it's still annoying. I don't need to hear anything like that whenever I'm leveling up. Everyone around me, whenever I'm leveling up and trying to think, needs to keep their mouth shut. Nothing else needs to be going on. I know if you like the idea of level up lady just because pretty waifu, that's fine. Like, I really haven't really cared for too many of them in the first place. The doll was okay. I kind of like the doll. She's pretty cute. Other ones, don't really care. Don't really care about the other ones. I don't really care that much about the doll either, but, you know, as far as design and presentation and everything goes, I like the doll the best, I suppose. But all the same, if you like that, that's fine. I understand it. I get it. But as far as the mechanic of leveling up, you know, I just really wish that she would not exist. However, that said, they did Melina dirty, because not only does she exist as a character... Oop. I forgot someone who's even up here. I was just jumping up here for the hell of it. Not only does she exist as a character, but she doesn't get any screen time. So if later on something tragic happens, like I'm going to fight the 13th Colossus, and then Melina falls off a cliff and breaks her leg or something, and sad music plays, I'm not going to care. I am not going to care. Because who is she? Does she matter? No, the answer is no. She does not matter. Boop. Alright, here we are. What should have been the case was, whenever you sit down at a bonfire, a point of grace, there should have been an option at the bottom for just talk. And she should have had a much wider array of things to say, and she should have had one thing to say about every single area that you go to. In addition to things about herself, things about you, things about, hey, remember this thing that we did hours and hours ago? That's what should have been the case. Instead, you never see her. She may as well just not even exist. Okay, let's go here. This is where Bach is. Now, I say this, and she does have a dialogue option here, but it's almost next to nothing. This is another case that it may as well just not exist. Okay. Hopefully it will appear. It did last time I was here. Here we go. Talk to Melina. This should be here 100% of the time. Here she comes. Like, she's very cute, too.
Your seamster, Bok. He is always eager to see your return.
He's a dumb bitch.
Will you talk to him? When you can. I'm sure he would be much contented.
It's quite pathetic, really. And that's it. That's all she says. She just shows up here. And if you sit down right next to Bach, it's like, wow, that Bach. He likes you. Maybe you should talk ever so often. Anyways, see you later. And that's it. That's all she does. And even something as simple as that would be enough if it happened consistently. It should not be something that happens automatically, otherwise it would get really annoying, especially if you're like, oh shit, I gotta sit down real fast, and then I want to hurry up and get this thing before I need to go take a shit or whatever. So you leap over here, rest at the side of Grace, and then you notice she appears. Like, well, I can't listen right now. Like, I'm literally turtle-heading right now. It's coming out, Melina. You can see it. You can see it. You don't want that to happen. This is bad. But, you know. If it was an option, it would be a problem. Anyways, this is Bach. Again. He says the exact same shit. Even though Melina was like, you should talk to him. Let's talk to him.
Bok the seamster, at your service, master.
Same thing as
Ready
always.
to make adjustments to your garments.
So yeah, nothing happens. It's the same exact shit. It's completely worthless. Oh, I can change my page outfit. Ooh. Yeah. Yep, that's it.
Oh, going so soon? Please do be safe on your journeys.
But it's something. It's extremely minor world building, I guess. Also, I forgot that I never actually killed this guy right here. Which I can go ahead and do. Since I'm such a classy, powerful man. At level 150 already. I got to level, if you probably noticed that before, but I got to level 150 in between. Because, past on. Because I had the notion of, well, maybe if I actually hit 80 in Faith, I will actually be able to notice an increase in damage. And, I think someone said that the enemy that I was fighting, that stupid, horrid Deathbird cunt, that horrid thing, with all of its completely unfair moves, I think... Here, enjoy. Haha. Ah! I think someone said that it... Oh, I forgot, because I'm damn it. Since I'm on the fucking horse, my two-handed effect went away. Well, that sucks. Fireball. Fireball! Oh, fuck you. Yeah, you have to use very particular kinds of magic on horseback, or else it's just... it's not gonna work. Or it will if you just face fuck them. If you're willing to take the hits. Again, I really don't like the Knights Cavalry. They're not overtly unfair enemies or anything, they're just... they really waste your time by doing this shit. Come on, hurry up. Also, they have that one move that I don't like, where the horse like does a shoulder tackle. That one's fine. Something I thought about doing is like going over every move. That's fair. Although the fact that he immediately is allowed to race away is not great. Well, are you going to do anything? Wow, how embarrassing for you. That is not fair, the fact that you have to go in for a hit and he's just immediately allowed to take one free bit of damage. His charge move, that's absolutely fine. Come on, do something, sir. Sir. The jump is really irritating. Again, that's the move I hate. The jump is kind of annoying because it almost never seems to actually land. I think it's exclusively for if you're on foot. Because when you're on horseback, it doesn't do anything at all. But usually all it serves to do is whenever you're... Huh. My roll is not coming... What the fuck? Oh, that's weird. Roll just decided not to come out. There we go. I love this art too. Ah, fuck you. Oh, he immediately bitches out back to the horse. What a little bitch. No, he's scary. I don't want to be hurt by the big, strong man. Horsey, to me. Come to me, Horsey. Horsey, please. Come on. Yeah, I know. I don't really care right now. I'm just trying to get rid of your last little bit of health. There we go. Okay. God. I don't like that enemy. Most of its moves are fair, it's just annoying. Anyways, for this you get Giant Hunt and a Knight Rider Glaive. I don't remember getting both of these. I guess that is true. Oh no, it's because Giant Hunt used to be on the Troll Knight that's up there at the tower. It used to be. Not anymore though. So Knight Rider Glaive is actually a really good weapon. But first, what was the other thing I got? Giant Hunt. Giant Hunt. Giant Hunt is an okay Ash of War. Unfortunately, I can't use it on this character yet. As mentioned for the reasons above. Ugh, Giant Hunt. Skill developed for confronting gigantic foes. Basically, the thing that you see on the screen, the guy sticking his sword up a giant's cooter, that's exactly what you do. Just any weapon, it's just like, and you stab it up. Which, if it's an enemy that's like standing directly in front of you, sometimes the hitbox is so close to your body that it will miss completely. Sometimes. But the damage on it is actually quite good. Well, I take that back. The damage on it is actually mediocre compared to like using a bleed weapon, but as far as things that are not broken goes, its damage is fairly okay. But in the grander scheme of things, yes, its damage is somewhat mediocre. But then again, the damage on things that are not this are even worse than that by a huge margin. Anyways. Carrying margin, upward thrust. Using large colossal weapons. So, this actually works on a lot of things. Pretty useful. As far as the weapon goes... Where are you, weapon? There it is. Knight Rider Glaive. A lot of people swear by this weapon. It's pretty good. It's not like an S-class weapon by any stretch of the imagination, but it's fairly okay. A jet black glaive with a blade as weighty as a bludgeon. Weapon of the Knights Cavalry who ride funeral steeds. This glaive excels at weighty slash attacks that crash on the foes, making it a powerful weapon even on horseback. So it's, I'll switch to it real fast. This moveset is kind of standard, but it is very big. That's what they say about me. Yeah, it's pretty standard. Pretty, they don't say that about me. R1, R1, R1. R2. Charged R2. Big overhead smash. Okay. Backstep R1. Becomes a thrust. Running R1. Still thrust. Running R2. Side swipe. Backstep R2. Overhead. Charged overhead from backstep. And then roll. Side. Roll R2. Same thing. Okay. You got the idea. It's serviceable. Doesn't really have an intensely amazing moveset, but, you know. I'd say it's the most useful kind of move on almost any weapon is a thrust. If you can... Like, for example, the Greatsword. Greatsword. Guts' sword. Is Shadow's a Berserk reference, I see? Yes, it is. It is. It is. Oh, wait, I don't have it, of course. I haven't been to Caelid. I'm so used to my other character. But the Greatsword. Big Greatsword looks like Guts' sword, whatever it's called in the manga. Do I have another weapon that has the exact same moveset? Probably not. It doesn't matter. But the, get rid of you, the crouch on it. Its normal attacks are like standard side-to-side swings. I think its R2 is a big overhead slash. Zweihander, I think, is the only ultra great sword that has an actual thrust as its R2, which is actually fairly useful. But the crouching move on the greatsword, you can crouch and then immediately thrust. So it's actually very common to see people use that in PvP. It's really stupid looking. Like, the PvP in these games is fucking dumb as shit. I ranked all the game's PvP systems on Twitter like a couple weeks ago. And I gave Demons a D because it's broken as shit, but it is so broken that it's almost laughable, so it's kind of fun in that respect. Like, it comes all the way back around from being terrible to being fun again. It's that bad. Dark Souls I gave an F, for obvious reasons. It's just backstab Fish City. I gave Dark Souls 2 a D. It's easily, Dark Souls 2 has the best PvP out of any of the games, but it's still awful. I considered giving it a D, like a C- or something. But I thought, nah, I'll stick to my guns, because I'm trying to say something here. Then, of course, I gave Bloodborne an F. Bloodborne's fucking awful. Dark Souls 3 gets an F, of course. Its PvP was also pretty bad. It wasn't as nightmarishly terrible as Dark Souls 1 PvP, but it's still not great. It's just serviceable in its own way, but still awful. Very poorly designed and implemented. Especially the invasion system. And Sekiro, of course, didn't have one. And Elden Ring's PvP is arguably the worst it has ever been. Arguably. Arguably. Why did I mention that? Oh, but yeah. People will just use the crouching move over and over again. Like, they won't even use the weapon for anything else. Get this. This is the map. If you ever wonder where the fuck the map was in this accursed area, here it is. It's right there in front of this little thing right here. Right in front of the boss. It is surprisingly easy to miss, because this might be the last area that you think to look, instead of it being the very first. But yes, if you want to use the greatsword that way, you can, where you don't use any of its moves at all, besides just pressing crouch R1, crouch R1, crouch R1. And you can actually chase people around doing that. Because the hitbox on it is so long, and it's so fast, and there's so few consequences to doing it, that if people are not actually careful about where they're rolling, what direction, what rhythm, then you can just catch them over and over and over again, and from their perspective, there may be nothing that they can do about it, especially if they have a bad connection. If they have a bad connection, then they might just be fucked. That personally has not happened to me, by the way. But, all the same, it can happen. they never saw me. 'Cause they're stupid. Bitch. So these are the enemies I was talking about that are incredibly annoying. They are slow, and for the most part they are fair. But they're still really annoying. But if you remember, like an hour ago when I started talking about this, I originally was equipping a mace with that stupid teeth club, the spike club. Because I was like, I want to try dual wielding something. I want to use 2 bleed hammers and see what happens. I tried it for a while. It was okay. It was serviceable. But then I remembered, oh, I'm going down there today. So I thought, there's no way. There's absolutely no way that my attacks from these 2 hammers are going to work against those guys. And this is another problem with the way this game is designed. I thought there's no possible way that I'm going to be able to go down there and fight even one of these guys and actually stun lock them with these things. They will, because their poise levels are so high, they will probably just completely ignore me and just hit me in the face. So me using 2 hammers will be for naught. So that's the reason why I decided, you know what, I'm going to try to use a different weapon. Because, like, some people in my comment section were like, come on, man, no one uses more than, like, 3 weapons or whatever. Like, bitch, I use shit tons of weapons. And the only reason why I haven't been using more of them is because the weapon system in this game is so bad. Like, I would love to use a short sword, but as for reasons I mentioned before, you really can't use them because the range is too short, they don't deal enough poise damage, they don't deal any actual damage. So the fact that they have reliable movesets doesn't really matter outside of Dark Souls 1 or 2. Because having a reliable moveset doesn't mean anything in these games anymore, because that's not how these games are designed. You need to have a weapon that has long range, does enough poise damage that it can actually interrupt enemies that otherwise will just face fuck you to death. And they need to have enough actual damage to be able to deal with enemies. So the perfect weapon, as mentioned before, will be, as I look at this thing, the perfect weapon, as I mentioned before, will be something that has extreme range, good native damage, can bleed, of course, because bleed is broken. And more specifically, it's that the health system in this game is broken. That's the actual problem. Bleed just sort of exacerbates that. Is fast enough to be able to get its attacks out. And is something that you can modify with an ash. Those are the 5 rules of a really, really good weapon. If it has its own ash in it that's unique to it, that is amazing already, then just replace number 5 with that one. But yeah, those are the 5 rules. Those are the 5 fingers on the hand of bad game design. Inverted Hawk Heater Shield. This Hawk go down. A medium-sized metal shield. The Inverted Hawk is the emblem of the company of slaves ordered to explore the Eternal City. So that raises a couple questions. One, why do a bunch of slaves have a company? Are they, like, unionized? Would it instead be the emblem of a lord that owns a bunch of slaves? Maybe it's just nice of them. Maybe they're just so proud of their slaves, like, you guys get your own marketing team. Whoa, cool, you're going to be the Inverted Hawk. What? Inverted Hawk? It'll be a hawk that's flying straight into the ground, right in the hell. Just like you guys. Oh, thanks. That's how slaves talk. So, this is not... I don't know. Maybe the ancient ancestors of the all-female witch group, or whatever they are, that live down here, used to be slaves. Or, more likely, the witches or whatever were down here already. I guess scissoring, just... Tributism just out the wazoo, right? Because that's where it comes from. And then a bunch of slaves also were sent down here to explore. And they're like, whoa, there's so many chicks! And then they were enslaved by the women. Which actually sounds kind of nice. In the right context. In the right Daljan. Daljan? Dojin? I don't like saying Dojin. Like, I don't know, I think I like bread dough whenever I say Dojin. Even though I think that's actually correct. But it's more fun than me to say Daljan. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, there used to be slaves. There used to be slaves. The end. And they explored. They went on an adventure. They explored this land and discovered its grim secrets. Its grim secrets of lesbian action. The end. Alright, so we've explored exactly 1% of this area. But the actual objective is to light all these stupid fires. The game does not actually mark them for you. You just have to find them. Which is unfortunate because this area is pretty wide open. So it's a little bit difficult to actually tell where the hell you are, where you've been. It's a little bit easier after you've been through the area once. Dear, you stop making cute noises right now. You miserable fuck. Because I'm gonna murder your master. Or whatever the hell your relationship is. This annoys these guys, man. This is the reason why I went to a pickaxe. I just wanted something that would do that. Because boy howdy do I not like some big dumb oaf running directly at me and going duh, 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 with infinite stamina, just beating the ground over and over again as I desperately roll in every direction. I want to be the one that fucks them. Because that's how I love playing this shit. Armor's Cookbook number 6. Oh, who's backed into a corner now? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, bitch? Let me shed some light on the situation. What you gonna do, dear? You're cornered. You're cornered by old Hunter Eli. What are you gonna do now? How are you gonna get out of this mess? You gonna try to run past me? I don't think you can. I don't think you can. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Does this cruelty know no bounds? Cookbook. Cookbook. In case you're just like, I don't like this commentary today, I'll tune in another episode. I actually do have... Let me order our acquisition. The big thing that I was going to do today is I sat down and formulated a way of trying to fix the leveling system. The last part I was talking about how I never liked the leveling system, and if you get into inflated numbers, like Elden Ring has, that there's nothing to sort of protract all the issues that the game design actually has, and you end up with weird scaling issues, which this game has in abundance. So my goal today was to try to fix that problem. Oh, map as well. Map of Siofra River and environs. 2 great rivers flow beneath the lands between, Siofra and the Unseal. This vast region is said to be the grave of civilizations that flourished before the Erd Tree, if you say so. So did people used to live underground, or whenever the Erd Tree landed or bloomed or whatever, did it just manifest dirt on top of everyone? Who can say? Who can say? But supposedly, before the Erd Tree, this is what everything looked like. Maybe. Armor's Cookbook. Left by an armor who served the great General Radon. Contains knowledge of dealing with rot. Why is it down here? But all the same, you can... this is actually very important for creating... preserving boluses, which are the only way of dealing with that shit. So it's very good that I picked it up, and I remembered that it was over here. Take that, you adorable beast. There are so many deer in this area. It's kind of fun killing big mobs of them. What was I just saying? Oh, that's what I was gonna do. But I haven't actually, like, taken a good gander at all. I never picked it up? What the fuck? There's nothing up there. Well, I guess I'll go up there and get that. Some people are like, the game is designed for you to miss things. That's obviously what Miyazaki wants. Well, I don't. So obviously we're at an impasse, right? And I think someone actually asked, do you think that you would like the game more if you missed things and came back to it years later and discovered new things? No. For my exact personality type, no, that would actually enrage me. Knowing that I had missed things all this time, and that it was that difficult to find in the first place. And knowing that for all future playthroughs I would now have one more thing to remember. Especially whenever I barely remembered it in the first place. Which coming back to it years later would be that much more of a concern, considering that I wouldn't remember it. And I would have to just rediscover everything, or use an interactive map, so the problem does not fix itself. Okay. Anyways, we haven't taken a good look at this area yet. Because before now it's just been like rocks, and there's no way for us to really look up and get a good vestige of all this stuff. But yeah, you can see that the quote-unquote mountains, which I guess are just walls, extends so far up that you kind of just blacks out. More importantly, I guess the lines that are in the sky are supposed to signify that that is like a cavern ceiling, but it doesn't really track particularly well because it's obviously just a texture. It's not actual geometry, so it doesn't quite succeed on that front. But the quote-unquote stars in the sky are actually just specks of some sort of shit that's just floating around. Don't ask me what it actually is, I don't know. It's just some sort of magical bullshit that's just floating in the air. Maybe one day I will understand it, but for the time being, I really don't care. That's my new approach to the lore, by the way. Like, before I would, like, sit there and try to figure out something, because that's what I do. But Elden Ring has lost me enough that now I'm kind of the opinion of, fuck it. Like, they're obviously not going to do it themselves. I'm not going to waste my time trying to figure it out. So, I don't know what these things are. They are very annoying, though. Because as you can see there, they will hit you from across the fucking map. And they kill themselves in the process, whatever the hell they are. Yeah, I see you, crap. And they don't really go off until you're very close to them. So you have to, like... You really have to, like, trigger them and then get away as fast as you possibly can. Now, a lot of you are going to know that I'm going to miss a lot of things in this area, and that's absolutely fine. Because it'll just make me that much angrier. Come on, move. There we go. Now, the big claw is the one you want to watch out for. Ah, fuck you. You didn't deserve that one. Aha! The big crabs, I like big crabs. Even in 3, I was like, ooh, big crab, yay, big crab. They're not very fair enemies, though. Because they're another one of these types that can really just space fuck you, and their moves are way too fast. Well, some of them are. Like, especially its big claw move that it can do. It just, if he wants to hit you with it, he's gonna hit you with it. The only thing you can do is just try to stay on one side. And because they're crabs, if you do stay on one side, then it can just, like, instantly pivot on a dime. And you're right back to where you started. It's not great. They're not the least fair enemy ever or anything like that. Could be better, though. Take that, sir. So we've actually encountered these stupid glowing men before. These are ancestral followers. We encountered them up above, all the way over here, in the ruined labyrinth area. They're like all through here. They were stomping around. They're like the Minotaur-looking guys. They are not actually Minotaurs, though. They are dudes that have headdresses on, and those headdresses have horns. Unfortunately, in addition to the ones that you can see walking around, there are also some that are just invisible, because Miyazaki just can't get it up hard enough. He really needs that one last bit to get him over the top. So it's pretty common to run into one of these guys and be like, huh, I'm gonna catch this guy from behind, and then there's another one. Which is just the coolest. That little arm raise move they do right there is probably their most annoying move, because it's sort of like a parry. They raise up their arm, and if you hit them whenever they're doing it, then they basically get infinite poise and are allowed to smack you in the face. Really enjoying this pickaxe, though. Unfortunately, I'm on a horse, so I can ride away from them before they do it. So long, piggy. Slide another one of these. 2 down, 100 million to go. Actually, I think there's 8 in total that you have to do. I think it's 8. I'm always tempted to break out the 2 maces just to see what happens. Probably nothing good, especially not on horseback. How did you respawn? If you don't have anything to... God, it does so many of those. Those things can kill you in one hit. Or they can kill you in one encounter. They can erase your whole health bar. Because if you are very, very close to them and you like jump into a wall or something, you're like, oh shit, I can't get away. Then it'll just like shotgun you to death. Doesn't feel too great. But we don't actually need to clear this whole area right now. There's an arrow guy. There's our first arrow guy. And they're a joy. They're just such a treasure. Just a gift from above, really. Oh my god, video game, come on. Do you think that this game will ever actually get fixed? Like as far as its freezes and shit go? Man, they can switch weapons from bow to fuck you in the teeth real fast. No, switch over here. Man, the targeting... I'm glad that some people have also noticed this. The targeting system is just way worse for no reason. A lot of people actually have commented on that. I don't know what they did wrong, but they really fucked it up. One more. There we go. I like being careful and taking no damage. Feels good. Remember how I postulated on improving the MP system or the FP system? And unfortunately, a lot of you guys seem to be on board with that. It seemed to be a fairly popular idea. Because why not? It's almost a net benefit. The only thing I can think of that's really a negative is that maybe you would have to lose FP over time or something. Because if it's acting like a limit break in a sense, and it builds really quickly in a fight as long as you're actually doing things that matter, that has a couple of like negative consequences. One is that if you allow people to just do that on whatever and then walk into a boss fight, or just go across the whole map with a full FP bar, and like if the FP system actually worked that way, then spells would and weapon arts and stuff would actually have to be way more dangerous, or the income rate for actually hitting enemies, landing parries, all this other stuff would have to be so low that it would be really unsatisfying. So there had to be some way of actually causing it to deplete over time, which I really don't like. But it might have to be a natural consequence. It just depends. Are they just diving off? Oh, okay. Oh, there's a thing down here. Look at that. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Thank you, dear. No problem. Okay. I didn't know this was down here, but I forgot that you could just go down here like this. Really? I bet that message is something about being a fatty. Hornbow. Oh, it vanished. Wow, the message I just jumped across just disappeared. Hornbow, horny bow. Horny bow. Longbow made from animal horn. Even though it very clearly looks like it's made completely out of wood. Wielded by the master hunters of ancestral followers. Imbues arrows fired with magic damage. Reveals its true worth when used with magic-infused arrows. Ooh. Neat. Okay. Yeah. But the thing I'm actually trying to do is get over to where Blythe is. And he should be right there. In fact, you can see that he's there. Look at him. There's our boy. He's awaiting. That's the next part of the quest line. So we don't actually have to do this whole area today. This is just the next phase of this encounter. Unfortunately, we're going to have to make a return trip all the same. Boing. Alright, here we are. Let's make sure. The next time I do this, I can pretty much guarantee you that those 3 ancestral followers that I killed over there will follow me on my way back to Blythe, and they will stop, except for the archer. And the archer will pull out his bow, and ever so often will just shoot me in the back like an asshole, even though I'm in the middle of a conversation. Another one of those lovely FromSoft-isms.
Ah, good to see you.
Hello, puppy!
Apologies, mate, but I don't have much to report. I can see bloody Nokron right above me, but I'm absolutely stumped. I've tried all the gateways, to no avail. Perhaps it's time to ask Celibus. I recall that spiteful little rat acting like he knew something. Let's give him a squeeze. Show him just how sharp my teeth are.
He says that, but it's up to you, and you don't actually do anything except go up there and ask nicely. And Celibus basically spits in your face and calls you a little bitch. So, Blythe does not actually show his teeth in any respect. But I'm guessing that despite this area being part of the Eternal City, and I think eventually it might even be marked as such, when he's talking about the Eternal City, he's actually talking about the area that's like above it, even though the structure actually goes all the way down to the ground. If you get on top of it, that's supposedly the city itself. That, over there, as seen by the map, man, that looks terrible, this confetti, that apparently is actually Mohg's palace. So, Mohgwyn itself. I have not been up there yet, but that be what it is. Zoomed in like this, it kind of looks like these little flakes are supposed to be rocks. They just don't look particularly amazing. But then again, there's tons of them, so I can't blame them for that. Alright, one more talkie?
I jest. I wouldn't go that far.
Oh, I was just kidding.
Besides, I should check on some things here. Leave this place to me. You just do what you feel is right. If either of us learns anything, we tell the other. Right?
So he was just kidding. He's gonna spend some time, even though he said he's explored the whole area, he's gonna do what I'm gonna do and just go around picking up stray items. Or maybe he's gonna look for some wild witch puss to violently not. Sorry, that's really disgusting. Sorry, that's my sense of humor of being revolting and surprising people coming out. Sorry. One more talkie before the walkie.
Leave this place to me. You just do what you feel is right.
Leave Sharon to
me. If either
me.
of us learns anything, we tell the other. Right? And if we reach a dead end, I suppose we go back to the source. Celibus rarely gives a straight answer. The first time.
Ah, so even though he repeated his dialogue in full, he gave 2 extra lines there at the very end.
Leave this place to me. If either of us learns anything, and if we reach a dead end, Celibus rarely gives...
Same thing, alright. So yes, he was joking about manhandling him, but only a little bit. Let's see if I can get this item over there without dying. It's kind of hard to do it here, because the... Actually, let me try going over here. Can't go all the way up. And going over here accomplishes absolutely nothing. I actually took damage from that. Fuck you too, FromSoft. Okay. It's pretty hard to actually get that one little bit right there, because it actually wants you to go all the way up. Yeah, I have no control over it. I couldn't, I guess I could try to pull back on the stick, but that would make me do a 180. I guess we'll do this first. There's actually barely anything up here, as I recall. You just have to be very, very careful. Ooh. You have to be extremely careful. Because if you go down to that lower part, then there's no way out. You have to warp, and that's it. Come on. Stone sword key. So it's always useful to have one more of those. Now you notice there's a single cockhead over there. I call him a cockhead because yes, that is a Crucible Knight. We will run into that later. I think that I get over there by using one of the Belfry warps. Remember the Belfry that I used to warp back to the starting area? If I go back to that area and then use one of the other remaining 2 warps, I will go over here. And that guy is especially a piece of shit for 2 reasons. One is that he doesn't actually drop anything. And you will learn that after finally killing him, even though he's a very special enemy that's just standing out in the middle of nowhere. The other thing is that FromSoft, in typical Miyazaki fashion, because Miyazaki just cries pitch tears of black whenever he designs these games, as he laughs, belly aching from how hilarious he thinks he is. Whenever you approach him from behind and you're like, I'm going to backstab him, or I'm going to do charge 2 R2s in a row because the backstab system doesn't even really work properly in this game because critical hits aren't valued correctly, then you will cross a threshold right about here where the game just... It doesn't matter if you are invisible, it doesn't matter if you have something that masks your noise. As soon as you cross that threshold, he turns right around and sees you. So, fuck you too, Miyazaki. This is another one of those things. Because he really wants you to fight him 1v1. Even though he also restricts your plane of movement while not really doing anything to the enemy itself. Although I have seen him rocket off the area. Shit. Oh well. I was hoping I could get over there. I don't think it's actually possible. Don't. I'm not very good at doing that. I've always been really bad at menuing. I can just barely do quit outs. But anytime you're on this fucking horse, if you barely press the stick, he rockets off like he's fucking Apollo 39. Fucking horse. Okay. I don't think I can actually... I might be able to get up there. Let me turn using my... This is such a good system. I actually have to turn on my horse using a telescope. Fantastic. Yeah, I don't think I can actually reach that. Yeah, there's, like, no way. I'll have to just teleport. Alright, all the same, we're basically done here for the time being. Let's go talk to... Ass Hair and see what he has to say. I guess I'll take Rani's Rise. Something I also wrote in my notes. I didn't actually mention it when the dialogue was being read, but we were talking to the finger reader, whatever her name is. It starts with an E. Next to those 2 nasty fingers. And she said something that was a little bit strange. She said... Amazing. She said that she had only ever seen 2 runes together. What the fuck had just happened there? She had only ever seen 2 runes together once before. Which I didn't comment on the time because I think I was too irritated, and I was thinking about something else. But that is highly unusual, because the thing that supposedly is true about... Like, the whole reason why Tarnished are being called upon to fulfill the wishes of Marika, or the Erd Tree, or whatever the hell's going on exactly, is none of the demigods were able to actually beat one another so that they could obtain another one of the Great Runes. So all of them had their own individual Great Runes, and then that was it. Right? So, who had two of them? When? Now, there might be an answer to that question. I just don't know what it is. But point being, it is a big old plot hole until it gets filled. Because the whole reason why Tarnished are running around is because we are the last best hope for peace. That was a Babylon 5 reference. No one's going to get that. And, the other thing that she says is something about Gideon, I think. She's like, I hope you do as well as Gideon does, or something like that. And the game hasn't really said anything about what Gideon did that's supposedly so great. I don't even remember what the hell Gideon's deal is. I remember he gets exiled or something for some reason, or it's implied that he may have been exiled. It's been too long. I don't remember why. I need this. I'm gonna have to like start right. There's so many items in this game, but almost none of them actually say anything of value. So it's kind of hard to keep track of all of it. Anyways, let's talk to this little cockhair.
I've no time for idle chit-chat. The only thing I will hear from you is a report of your task's completion. Are we understood? Then off you trot.
No.
I have enough on my plate.
Yeah, I can clearly see. Alright, what about Nokron?
Well, well. You're asking me about that, are you? The task was left to you and the mongrel, was it not? Not only are you incompetent, but shameless to boot. Well, there's no helping it.
Oh, he knows how to get up there, right?
Any, I'll let you in on it.
Yeah, tell me.
There's a glintstone sorcerer by the name of Selene in Limgrave.
Uh-huh.
She owes me for the help I gave her when she was expelled from the academy. I asked her to look into the matter some time ago. I'll write you a letter of introduction. Go ask her.
So I love the fact that he's like, very well, it's beneath me. I can't believe that you don't know. You're so stupid. I'll tell you then. Go talk to Selene. I asked her to figure it out. So he doesn't know either. He's completely worthless. The only thing he's doing is just going, ask someone else. And that's all he's got. Also, did you really help her after she was expelled from the academy? Considering that you have a sex doll of her or something in your lab down there? Along with an Omen Slayer. Are you actually, like, fucking an Omen Slayer? What is going on with you? You're so weird. Anyways, Cephas' introduction.
I've no time for idle. The only thing
Yeah, so, man, I'm so tempted to just kill him right now. I'm not really that tempted to kill him. It's just, it would be satisfying, you know? It's not as though, like, ooh, I can't wait to kill him. It's more like, if you died right now, that would be, like, nice for a second. Anyways, let's go to quote-unquote Selene, whatever's going on with her. Selene number 4. Technically, this is Selene number 1. I guess Weeping Peninsula 1, or the Weeping Peninsula Selene would be number 2. The one up here in the lakes would be number 3, and I think there's another one in Caelid that would be number 4. Jesus Christ, Selene. Why are there so many of this one person?
There you are, my apprentice.
Hello, lady head. Is your, like... Oh, wait, haven't actually looked at it yet. Let me actually look at this stupid thing. It's probably a key item. Oh, I do have it by... Yeah, here we go. Anything else? No. Okay. Cephas' introduction. Scroll bearing a royal coat of arms. A letter of introduction written by President Cephas. Addressed to a glintstone sorcerer named Selene. The contents of the scroll cannot be discerned. Maybe it's written in a secret language, who knows. But you cannot read it. It's private.
You wish to continue very well.
I can't imagine if this guy actually Like, I don't know what happened between these two, but apparently he's some sort of weird creeper that likes to give people potions that turn them into living dolls, and then he has sex with them, from what I gather. And I'm not exaggerating, that seems to actually be what's happening. Which is why he wanted Nefertiti, Neferlilu. Because I guess he saw her or something. Really, it's probably because he wanted some pathetic way of getting back at Gideon. And that was the only thing he could think of. And also maybe he was like, damn, she fine. 'Cause let's face it, she is fine. There's no excuse for slipping them roofies that turned them into living dolls, but still, you know, I get it. If he's a freak, then I get it. His sick perversions. But what happened with him and Selen? Because if Selen is a sex doll that is back in his lab, that would mean that is... You would think that would mean that is her actual body. Unless, of course, she just has a bunch of bodies as a result of some sort of weird sorcery. Because if he wanted us to give a potion to the actual Miss Lu, then that would mean that the actual Miss Lu becomes a sex doll. Which would mean that all the ones that are down there are their original bodies. So this thing that we're talking to right now would have to be a fake. From what I gather. Or it could be the real one, I have no idea. We don't know yet.
Well, well. Celavis is not a name I ever wanted to hear again.
Yeah, she hates him.
Fine. If it will help you, my apprentice, I offer my knowledge. The stars alter the fate of the Karian royal family.
Alright.
And the fate of your mistress, Rani. But long ago, General Radahn challenged the swirling constellations, and in a crushing victory arrested their cycles. Now he is the force that repulses the stars. If General Radahn were to die, the stars would resume their movement, and so too would Rani's destiny.
Okay, so there's your explanation. Kind of a long-winded one, because now I've forgotten half of what she just said. But the general gist of it is that Radahn is holding up the stars, whatever that means, preventing them from falling. And somehow defeating him will be the thing that allows us to proceed to Nokron. I guess presumably, I guess the logic is supposed to be that she said that the fate of Rani is tied to the stars. So maybe it's just that the logic is that if the fate of all people, or sorcerers or whatever, the Carians specifically, because they're related to the moon or something, are tied to the stars, maybe it's like if... Something that I've noticed is that in this game, it feels like Miyazaki has, like, written himself into... Like, I'll just say it. Miyazaki, as far as his writing goes, I think he's just a hack. Because most of the time he's writing something, he's just ripping off someone else. Whether it's Berserk or whether it is, like, a Lovecraft or something, he's always just stealing something, even if it's from himself. Almost everything that I've ever seen him do is a reference to something that he's probably seen in the past. He's not the worst I've ever seen, but you can tell. So, in this game, it really feels like he's just regurgitating things that he's already done. Because this game really does feel like he's taking George's ideas, as loose as they are, and then incorporating some Dark Souls-isms, which are super obvious. And also, there does seem to be some Bloodborne mixed in, with this idea that there are unknowable, otherworldly gods or something that might all be living in the sky. Might be also living under the ground, I have no idea. But the implication does seem to be more focused on the sky, or the space, you know, just outer space. Just like Bloodborne. So, maybe the idea is that if Rennala and Rani and all them were moon worshippers, maybe the moon in this universe itself is some sort of god, or is a sign of a god, or something. Like it's another Bloodborne type deity, some sort of unknowable eldritch being. And maybe him holding up the stars is not supposed to be that literal, although we will soon see that it is indeed literal, from what I remember. But, since the sky equals fate, whenever he stops holding up the stars, it's almost as though fate itself is being unleashed. And more importantly, the will of the gods that are influencing the moon or the whatever, specifically the Carrion royal family and Ranni, their will be able to be enacted, and that will be the thing that allows whatever deity is in control of their fates to be like, here's your way into Nokron, because I know that the thing that you need is down there. That's the only thing I can really think of. Although, I will say, now we're done with her, bye-bye, Selen. Sorry you had to be violently raped, apparently, in this fun, loving video game about wizards and magic. It's fucking weird. I can't believe they actually have that in this. Well, anyways, let's go back to Celovus. I don't think we need to, but I figure I'll try to talk to him all the same. He probably has nothing useful. Yeah, that's the gist I get from it. Considering that what we actually need, I might be able to demonstrate this. Can I demonstrate this? Yes, I might be able to demonstrate it this part. But there is a little teleporter. Really? How can you miss that? I'm locked onto him and everything. How can you miss that? I think the hitboxes in this game being that accurate is actually to its detriment sometimes. And it's mainly because so many of the enemies move around wildly whenever they attack or move themselves. So you can actually be perfectly locked on and time your attack perfectly, and it'll just miss sometimes. One of those weird things about it. But there's a teleporter down there that you can take that brings you up as far as you can possibly get. And later on you will learn that that is very, very close to the city of Nokron itself. Like, to the point that later on you get to the area and you can just walk down like a very slight incline and then drop down a few feet and you're there again. To the highest point that you can get now. So really all you really needed was like a ladder. Like a nice foldable ladder. Or maybe even like a rope. Like a rope and a grappling hook. You don't need to defeat a god and have another god rain the stars from the sky in the end of one of the greatest cycles in the history of the universe that changes the aspects of everything just so that you can walk up a cliff that's like 10 feet high. That is another one of those things. Another one of those FromSoft joys.
I've no time for idle chit-chat.
Man,
Are we I have enough.
I'm very busy. Very busy trying to turn this dog into a doll. Oh man, even the dog too? Yes, a dog. I'm a freak like that. I'm horrible, that's the joke. I was written by George R.R. Martin. What about this don't you fucking get? Wait. Okay. This is the key part. The next time that we go, as soon as I go here, to Siafa Riverbank, and then I go over and talk to him, Blythe will say, I don't remember his exact words, but he will say basically, oh, he's keeping up the sky. I should go to this festival. I've heard about a festival where you can actually fight him. I guess that's the only way of doing it. I'll see you there. And that starts the festival. And then Blythe disappears. So, to that end, what I'm considering doing is just going to Caelid right now, going down here, and trying to get inside the castle. Because if I can do that, I can get the items here, quote-unquote, early, for me, for the way that I'm doing this. And if simply being in Caelid and getting near this castle causes the festival to trigger, which it might, because this is FromSoft, then I don't feel too bad about it, because we've only lost out on that very, very minuscule amount of dialogue. And that is the last thing that happens. Actually, before I do that, I want to go to Ranni's Rise and just demonstrate that she's still asleep. Because I think even once the festival starts, I think she, like, vanishes or something. I can't quite remember if that's true, but something goes up with her. She's asleep right now. Hold on, I'm getting around to the sneeze. Oh, that was a good one. Okay. So that's what I'm going to try to do. That was my internal solution to my problem. Is do as much as I possibly can, and if I've already caused the festival to happen, then I have. I'll just go back and do his last bit of dialogue and that's it. Say, she's still asleep, still cute, my wife is still cute. We're not married yet, we will be. Look at that! This is a Gripes message. Remember, my little multiplayer system, the group password, Gripes? Someone actually left one. I haven't been able to see any of these. Alright, what does one of my fans have to say about Ranni? Visions of Lover. You said it, buddy. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. And, oh, here's another one. Likely lover, yes. How come all the... I haven't seen any messages from my group yet. And 100% of them have been directly in front of Ranni. That speaks a lot to... That speaks a lot to exactly what your interests are. Behold, lover, all the more love required ahead. This is actually Body's, one of Body's groups. That's funny. Okay. Alright, so, okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna race across Caelid. I'll try to grab the maps. No promises on that, but the first thing I want to do is rush over to that castle. And hopefully, I will be able to clear out that castle. And then get the whetstone that I need. Because if I can get that, it's going to make doing this playthrough way more tolerable, because I'll actually be able to finally try all the other ashes. Which you guys haven't been able to see. I don't even use my normal one. Because you know why? Like, here's one of them. Like, here's one of them. This one buffs you. It doesn't do anything interesting. It just buffs you. That's it. I forget what it even does. I think it offers like a little bit of damage resistance, and it may heal you a little bit over time, or it raises your attack or something. I can't quite remember. It doesn't matter. And this is the other one. It throws out that little bitty disc, and it buffs your weapon for like... It's like 20 seconds or something. It's a really laughably small amount of time. Hold on. Where's one of these little guys? Come here. Come here, come here. I need to test my damage, please. Oh, it's already gone. It's already gone. 411. You see how little time that actually lasts? That is pretty pathetic. I know that you can send out that pathetic little disc or whatever, and that does a little bit of damage on its own, but the actual weapon buff should be the focus, and it should last longer. But point being, both of the ashes that I actually have access to right now are pretty bad. They're not completely non-useful or something, and I clearly don't really use magic and my weapon arts as much as I should. But it's still pretty bad. What was that over here? I'll see later. Alright, let's grab this. It almost feels like I'm doing something naughty by going over here. Because for the longest time, like, I was like, oh, I can't go to Caelid. I can't go over there. Because if I do, it'll fuck up all the quest lines, maybe. Oh well. Alright. If I remember correctly, these are 2 cookbooks. 14 and Missionary Cookbook 3. Alright, let's look at both of those. So a missionary and a nomadic warrior were traveling together. Maybe. Or at least they bought or acquired these from one or the other, whatever. Roaming Nomad Warriors, Poison Pot, Rope Poison Pot, and Poison Bone Dart. Those are alright. Poison in this game is not particularly amazing, but it's better than nothing. And here, finally, we can craft silver pickled foulfoots. So the thing that I should have been able to craft this entire time, I can finally craft. Unfortunately, these are two nobles. Don't ask me what they were doing with it, because one of those was like, oh, this was made by someone that couldn't become a finger maiden. Yeah, whatever. But I should be able to craft those little foulfoots now. Wait, what am I doing? I always do that. I don't know why I think it's in there. Yeah, unfortunately, as you can see, I only have 11 of these stupid feet. The 4 tooled foulfoots. And farming those birds is not particularly difficult, it's just very tedious. Which is the case with most things in this game. What you really want is the ability to just buy the damn things. If those feet are sold anywhere, I don't know. But farming them by hand is incredibly tedious and very draining mentally. Again, not hard, it's just... ugh. It's just grueling. Because the farming in this game is quite bad. Because the farming in this game comes a bit down to... this one thing that you need drops from this one enemy. Spawn from this bonfire, run over, kill it, go back, do it again. And just do that 100 times in a row, and then you might get it. Or you might get enough to be able to do the thing that you want. Very tedious, very tiring, not particularly fun. Let's kill this naughty NPC here. If I can. If I can. Level 150, I better be able to. I think I already killed her once. On stream. On stream. On video. Come on. Spawn in. There we go, okay. Ah! Here. And she wasn't going to leave me alone until she got in that... Man, that jump goes way too far. Ah! Dumb bitch. That's pretty fun. Okay, Sacred Scorpion Charm. I feel like I've already probably read this, but I'll read it all the same. Raises Holy Attack, lowers damage negation. Even though this is something that I could use, because Holy Attack, I'm probably never going to use this. I feel like it's not going to raise any damage value enough for that to ever matter. A talisman carried by assassins who strike unseen. Pattern on a scorpion, freshly shed of its exoskeleton, its claw seizing a heart with a blessed glow. Yeah, because I remember reading this because I'm like, wow, there's way too much going on here. Because there's like 2 scorpions that are like chasing each other, forming an Ouroboros, and they're biting each other's tails or something, and also there's a glowing heart in the center, and it's holy related. There's just way too much going on thematically. Raises holy attack power, lowers damage negation. Seizing a heart with a blessed glow. This is pretty brutal, having, may as well read this, too. Having assassins, but having them be holy themed. Not sure that tracks, but alright. Lord Godfrey, at last at the end of his campaign, his golden armies unvanquished and unbowed, yet finds grace lost, tattered, and faded. Okay. Not quite sure what that means. Because again, I don't know that much about Godfrey. But I guess he went through and conquered all these areas, I guess, and then got here. And he's like, I've never been defeated. But I can't see grace anymore. Or maybe I'm just sad now or something. It is not clear. And that's what he said. Alright. Now that we cross over into Caelid, I will celebrate by actually talking about the level up thing that I was talking about before. You've been waiting for it. I prepared it just for you. Alright. I'm going to save actually collecting all this shit here. Let me grab this. The map, at least. Yeah. I'll grab the map, But all the items, because I'm going to hold off on actually talking about this for the time being. Because I want to hurry up and get to the castle if I can. And see if the festival is ongoing. If it is, then I'm kind of fucked. If the festival is ongoing, then I'll just stay here and go back to collecting things, and we'll take it from there. Also, yeah, they put this here specifically so that you have to deal with the stupid dogs. God, I can't fucking see. Well, oh flame. That's another FromSoft special little treat that they do that I'm really quite tired of. I got that thing just because it was there. World of Flame. But the fact that they put things that you have to chase directly in front of really dangerous enemies. What will you do? Well, I guess I'll do the only thing that I can do. And rush into this pack of really dangerous enemies. Because there's no way of actually getting this thing without actually dealing with that. Other than maybe like trying to pull out a bow and hoping that it does enough damage to kill it before it can escape. FromSoft. I was doing some sort of stupid shit. Okay. Trying to concentrate so I don't actually fall into a hole. I will grab this one too, just to have it. Alright, good. Okay. Let me grab this map, and then after that I will think about where I'm going next, and then I'll start on my little diatribe about leveling up in these games. If you don't remember, I said, again, that I don't really care for Map Dragon Barrow. I should also, hold on. I don't really care for how leveling works in these games. That's what I'm going to be talking about. Hold on. Dragon, don't wake up and start trying to stalk over here surreptitiously. I got a map and I got Roll Flame. That's what it was. Okay. Map of Dragon Barrow environs. The dragons that escaped the Scarlet Rot made a nest at the plateau to Caelid's north. Thus it was named Dragon Barrow, and none dare to enter. Okay. So the Scarlet Rot maybe was made to kill dragons for some reason? I don't know why. Or maybe just dragons really loved this area, and then Scarlet Rot also was here, and then they escaped. Sure, if you say so. Does this area actually look like... It does... I mean, this is Scarlet Rot, isn't it? So this area didn't really escape it? It's just not as shitty in this area? And by the way, that's where the stupid Great Jar is. I think that's the right one. No, I think that's the Divine Tower. What am I thinking of? No, that's where the Great Jar is. It's this one over here. Hello there. I see you, little rascal. I'm gonna kill that thing. And then forget what I was doing. Mainly, I'm trying to get away from this dragon. I can very clearly hear it, like, trying to be like, ooh, what's over here? I'll just so happen to walk over here. Doing that thing. Oh, I just so happened to see the player. How did this happen? What good luck. This thing actually does... It doesn't drop anything particularly important. Other than potentially your death. It does drop that. You can tell from the fact that it's like smoking very, very slightly. It's not really... It could be more obvious. Get away. But it just drops some of these Somber Smithing Stones. Yeah, it's another one of those little assholes that explodes. Okay. I need to go all the way down here. Which means probably starting... Yeah, I'm gonna have to... No, I guess I can just go from here. Okay. I'll just have to be very careful about not falling off any edges. Well, I can go up here and get this stupid merchant, too. No, I won't. I'm not gonna get distracted. This is the thing that's the experience that FromSoft actually wants. The feeling of, ooh, I'll go here, I'll see this crazy thing. But if I start doing that, then there's no way for me to methodically plot out where I've been and what I have obtained. For something like that little somber guy just then, it doesn't matter because it's just somber smithing shit, so who cares? Not gonna pick that up. Just gonna go and go and go. So I have to be very careful about that. Otherwise I will miss stuff and then forget that I missed it. Anyways, leveling system. So, as mentioned, I don't like the leveling system in these games, and it's way more exacerbated in Elden Ring for reasons I mentioned before. I guess I'll avoid the finger reader for the time being. I'm going to try to get these points of grace, though. The thing that I was saying about the leveling system specifically was that FromSoft does have that fantasy about players starting out as quality or heavy builds and then transitioning into being spellcasters, maybe, after giving it a try. And no one really does that. They plan out their builds very, very specifically. And then, after they plotted them out, they will meet the minimum requirements for lesser stats, unless they're particularly high themselves. And then after that, I guess I'll get this one since it's here. I need to remember to read that Whirl of Flame one. And Lifesteal Fist, okay. Whirl of Flame, Lifesteal Fist. Whirl of Flame. They'll meet the minimum requirements, and then they will start pumping alternately their main damage stat, and then Vigor. And then maybe like whatever controls equip load, if they need that. Or adaptability, I suppose, as well, depending if it's Dark Souls 2 or not. So it's more about identifying what the core ratio is that you want, and then trying to pace yourself throughout the rest of the game. So no one actually levels in the way that FromSoft thinks that they do. It's more of a pain in the ass, in actuality. So, bear that in mind, let's read this first. This starting thought. Whirl of Flame, superior incantation of the Fire Monks. By the way, there does seem to be different interpretations of fire. There's like normal fire, and then there's black fire, and then there's like corrupted fire, like you know, like the corrupted flame itself, whatever it's called. Just something worth mentioning, that there's 3 different versions of it so far, and there's not really, like the, what's it called? Flame of Frenzy, yeah. The Flame of Frenzy is linked to the 3 fingers, so we know where that comes from. The black fire, I have no idea. The Fire Monks, I'm guessing that comes from, like, the giants and whatever deity that they worship that supposedly inhabits their body, like Jesus inside them. Whatever's going on there. We haven't met any giants yet, as far as I know. Just trolls. So, I don't know. We'll figure it out later. Creates a spiraling stream of fire that burns air before the caster. Fire beguiles those who gaze into it, and so the guardians of the flame are also its worshippers. Fantastic! What a great item description. People like fire. They like to look at fire. And they also worship it, but they look at it. Ooh, it's fantastic. This one that confused me. I don't know, did I ever read Frenzy Burst? In times past, every single person who attempted to control the flame frenzy succumbed to madness had just an internal struggle, the incantation, a testament to a meager victory. Yeah. I did, it's just that, once again, it just doesn't say anything of actual merit. And Ash of War is the weird fist one. You can, unfortunately, only... this was really infuriating on my first character. Remember the first character? I was trying to make it sort of a... I was trying to make a quality character that also had a little bit of arcane. And that did not work at all. That's quite possibly one of the worst builds that you could ever try to make in Elden Ring specifically. And I learned that very, very quickly. But I was looking for anything that allowed me to do like arcane damage, and this is one of the only things that you have access to early, unfortunately. And unfortunately, even though you can gain access to this somewhat early, it does not work on anything at all besides fist weapons. Which basically means that it's completely worthless, because fist weapons themselves are next to worthless as well, outside of the starting areas. Once you start dealing with these things that I've been fighting lately, like omens and the annoying invisible, whatever they're called, the cootie bandits, whatever, deer fuckers, those guys that we encountered earlier. A fucking claw is not going to do anything to them. Because it's short range and it doesn't do any poise damage. And it doesn't really deal any initial damage. It's just bleed focused. So it's one of the worst possible things that you could use. Anyways. Lifesteal, fifth skill, demonstrates mastery of the art control of controlling vital energies. A slow controlled punch with an energy-infused fist that renders foes unconscious and steals their health. Only effective against foes of human build. So, even this is like, yeah, this doesn't work on most things. If you can find something that's your size and looks like you and doesn't actually... That's one of my main problems with a lot of the ashes, or a lot of the weapons and so on, is, oh, it's really good for killing basic enemies. I don't need help killing basic enemies. They're basic enemies. They die like flies. Who cares? The thing that I actually need these big-ass spells and shit for are the things that I have trouble with. Why are you like this, FromSoft? Let's examine this thing since it's here. I'll probably forget about it. The Battle of Ionia. The Battle of Areola. Radon and Millennia. Not Melina, or whatever the hell her name is. What is my little helper lady's name again? Melina? No? That's the name right there. They can't be the same person, I guess. Oh, they could be. It's this game, so who knows. Melina? Melina, that's what it is. Melina, I think. But this is Millennia. God. Someone needs to beat the shit out of George R.R. Martin. I'll just say it. Someone needs to find him and just kick the shit out of him. I don't think he's not like a bad writer, but a lot of his stuff hinges on, oh, you thought I was constructing this plot point because I was going to lead up to some sort of character moment that means something? No, they're dead. Fuck it. Oh, it's so gritty and realistic now. It's the same shit that M. Night Shyamalan does. Where it's just a twist for the sake of it being a twist. It's pulling the rug from under you and being like, oh, you didn't expect that. Like, yeah, I didn't expect bad storytelling. The reason why main characters don't die typically is because you're telling a story. That's the whole point. If you're telling me a story, then presumably there's some point to it. If it ends halfway through and there's no point, and it's just, oh, that guy died, and then some other people did some very similar things that were sort of related to what he wanted, but it didn't really matter, then there's no story. Like, it's just like realism for the sake of realism. Yeah, I get it. Sometimes that happens. It happens a lot. I don't care. It's not really that gripping. But that said, he has other values to his writing. It's just that most of the value to his writing does not come from the... It doesn't come from bullet points, and that's probably the reason why it doesn't translate well to Elden Ring. Because there's no subtlety or nuance that you would find in George R.R. Martin's writing. There's none of that here. It's just like bare-bones ideas that don't go anywhere, and they don't matter. Because he isn't there to give them context. Also, I will point out, the reason why he has not written any new books is because he doesn't want to. He can make up whatever excuses that he wants. I've written books before. I didn't publish them, but I've written books. I've written poetry, I've written short stories, I do art projects for a living. Like, I do fucking animations. I can tell there are not many reasons why you would not be working on certain things. One of them is, like, not having enough money and needing to prioritize your projects, which is what I'm doing now. Like, I'm doing this LP because I need to raise engagement. I feel like I've been absent for a long time for other different reasons, like COVID and all this other shit. So I'm having to prioritize what I'm focusing on one point at a time. And I'm also waiting on people to do voice acting and all this other stuff. He can do that whenever he wants to, and he's got plenty of money. He can hire whatever resources that he needs. He isn't writing because he doesn't want to, because he doesn't have any interest in exploring that world anymore. That's the truth of it. The reason why he's never going to finish that series is because he doesn't give a shit about it. That's the actual reason. Well, I don't think it's he doesn't give a shit. No, he doesn't care. That's the reason. I can sniff that shit out in a second. I know how writers think. I know how artists think. They're not engaging with a project because they don't have any interest in it at that moment. They might in the future. Maybe they will in the future. But the reason why he's not doing it now is because he doesn't feel like it, because it does not interest him. So even if he did write it right now, it would be shit. Because he doesn't give a shit. That's the truth of it. Anyways. Radahn and Millennia locked in a stalemate. Did they refer to Radahn's victory as being overwhelming before? Locked in a stalemate. Then the scarlet rot blooms. Not love, the scarlet rot. Where did the scarlet rot come from? Oh. Maybe we'll learn later.
Welcome, dear customer.
Oh, fuck.
This way.
Oh my god.
This way.
Do you have a chicken wing? Please. Oh my god.
Welcome, valued customer. Come, trade in.
I'm so fucking hungry. Oh my
Please.
Jesus.
Buy something. I'm hungry. I've been hungry so long. Please?
At least people eat in this world, and there's not some stupid contrivance like, oh no, the undead just drink Estus and nothing else for some reason. I don't actually need anything. Here, I'll buy your little consumables here. You only have 5 of these. The rest are infinite, so I'm not concerned about them. Actually, I can make all these. Yeah, I can make all this stuff for free now. As long as I have the resources, even though the resources are... I did some calculations. It is actually cheaper to buy arrows instead of making them by a tremendous margin. Like, you can buy normal arrows or you can make, like, bone arrows. But to be able to make the bone arrows, you need to buy a lot of animal bones. You can go farm them, I guess, but getting, like, one from one deer, that's going to take forever. That's another Elden Ring problem. I mentioned that before, but it's consistently an issue. What it should be is, like, ever so often you get a deer and it drops, like, 20. But most of the time they drop 5. It should be like that. Well, then you have too many. Yeah, and then you would actually use them. Oh, I didn't think of that. Sorry, Plague, you're so smart. That's right. Anyway, it's way cheaper to just buy arrows. If you try to make them, you're just wasting your time. Because the ingredients that you would actually need for them is just... it's way too costly. Okay, anyways. Let's go get that map. Let's go get that map. Right around the corner. Can't miss it. Alright, the system I'm talking about. So yes, the leveling up system, never really liked the leveling up system. Has too many problems with it, creates bloated stat ratios. The leveling itself is never particularly interesting because of that ratio problem. You're not really doing anything compelling. It's just something that you can accidentally fuck up by accidentally leveling the wrong stat once, and then it's just stuck that way forever. There it is. That's what I was thinking of. I'm getting ones that are somewhat close. There's actually going to be another Knight Rider guy down the road. And he's kind of a pain in the butt. So, to that end, I arduously wrote down an idea for changing the leveling system somewhat. I could completely change it so that it's like a sphere grid or a card system or something crazy. But I was like, no, I want to... If I'm going to do this, I want it to be... Oh, it's getting to be sunrise, so he'll probably be gone. I'm trying to get it to be as close to the existing system as possible. So I feel like, whoa, that's barely changed. That's what I was aiming for. I might be able to start a fight with this guy. I don't know if it actually will matter. Come here, bitch. Come on, bitch. He'll probably vanish. That move, him jumping. That move is not particularly fair either. It's more if you're on foot. If you're on foot, then he will probably miss it because he winds up too quickly. If you're on horseback, and you're very close to him, it's as bad as the shoulder tackle, because it'll just hit you. And there's nothing... If he chooses to use it, he'll just use... Like that. Like, how could I possibly have avoided that? I need to hit him, so I need to be close to him. Unless I'm doing nothing but casting, which, as we've seen before, not really much of an issue. Or not really a great solution. Bitch! Move! Oh, for fuck's sake. Just come here. Come here. I'm not dealing with this fucking trash. Come here. I got a swell idea for you. I got some annoying little pests for you to deal with. Actually, earlier today, I did the same exact thing, what I'm doing now, except afterwards, I had these guys still summoned because they didn't die. So I was like, maybe I'll go kill that dragon. And I actually did. I ended up killing him. Aw, poor little horrid frogman. Don't you fucking run away. He will vanish. If he vanishes, he'll probably just vanish forever. Since it's past his bedtime. But he's too concerned about trying to kill me. God damn, I'm just gonna fucking cast magic. I really hate these enemies. They're really hard to hit. Come on. Jump. Okay. Great. This is the one time he actually decided that. Getting tired of you doing that, sir. Oh my god, what a fucking moron. I hate these enemies. Whoops. Wrong one. Cool! Great. Can you fucking stop? Jesus Christ, I hate dealing with FromSoft enemies. This constant spam. Either you lose your fucking mind and wander off into the middle of nowhere and impossible to hit, or you want to just hit non-stop without actually having any goddamn fucking stamina. God damn, I hate modern FromSoft. Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Now. Now you can lose your fucking mind. Okay, now, finally, maybe an opening. Now. Fucking bitch. Yeah, that was the wrong thing to do. Should have gotten back on your stupid horse. Now, for killing this moron, you get the mighty Ash of War, Poison Moth Flight. Ooh! Poison is useless. No one uses this. I think I've seen like 1 or 2 people try to use it, but if you can actually poison someone like PvP, who cares? I think it might give your weapon native poison, maybe? I don't think so. It's because you have to use this in order to actually infuse it in the first place. Slash with a poison-infused blade. So it's basically the thing that I have, except it's poison-related. If the follow-up strike lands on a poison foe, it will deal significant damage. I think this actually might scale with Arcane as well. So it's like the other option in case the Blood Fist is something that you can't use. Which is like 90% of people. So this is like your best bet very, very early on for that, I think. It's been a while since I thought about it, so could probably be wrong. Could probably. Okay, let's grab this map, then I can finally stop thinking about anything besides that stupid castle. Good. There's also another stupid death bird in this area, like right here. And funny enough, there's actually a big troll guy that will throw pots at you. And I was playing, I wasn't actually trying to kill the death bird. I almost did. But I was getting the troll knight to like throw and hit the death bird during the boss battle the whole time. I had a jolly good time doing that, at least. But unfortunately, the boss has lots of overpowered moves, and it was able to just barely... Like, I accidentally got caught in the geometry of a tree branch, so I was unable to get away, so he managed to kill me. Because FromSoft. They look pretty neat with the glowing red eyes, don't they? So evil. Such evil puppies. Maybe rats. Probably dogs. Okay. But once we get to the castle, I can stop thinking about dogs and actually talk about this leveling. Because it's written down, so I had to, like, look down. I can vaguely remember what it was that I said, but I'm trying to concentrate here. Choo-woot! Get 'em, boys! Ooh, the big doggies are here! Let's get 'em, boys! We're gonna get you, big dogs. No, you're not. You're not gonna get us. Oh my god, they're getting us. Okay. Alright, we are here. In theory. But first, I'll actually talk about the thing I've been trying to talk about for like 40 minutes. Okay, you know how leveling up works right now. You level up, you sit down at the bonfire, go in the level up. Let's say that I had 154,000 runes. That would be enough for one level up. Then I would move the number up to, like, Vigor. It would be go from 53 to 54. Yay! And that's how it works. That's the whole system. So at the very beginning of this character's lifespan, I got minimum requirements for the basic weapons that I would be using in the first area. Then I immediately got my endurance up to like 15 from like 14 or some weird thing like that, 12. Because I figured, I'll take it this high. Then I met the minimum requirements for strength and dex as fast as I could. Well, no, I take that back. I think I got to like 40 or something faith before I finished it off, but I got very, very close. It was like 15 strength and 18 dex or something like that. And but once I got my faith up to like 40, up to something that was serviceable for the build that I was going for, and my vigor was also up to like 30, 35. There's video evidence of it, so you know what I did. Then I just kept pumping faith and vigor over and over again. Just like I said, that's how every single build works. So that's my general problem with it. Plus, at this point in Elden Ring, because the game is so long and it's designed for you to be level 150 at the end of the game practically, the values for scaling are really, really inflated. It's no longer the case that the soft caps are like at 40. They're at 80 now. Like my strength character, I said I got his strength up to 53 because if you two-hand, you get half of that plus that 53, which will take you up to 80. So, you know, it's kept at 80 strength. Not a great system. It works, it's fine, it's a very lazy system, but it doesn't really work particularly well. Okay, so, my idea for changing this in a way that might be conducive to improving it in some way is, hold on. I have to read my notes here. Yeah, okay. So currently enemies drop currency, like money. You could use it to buy things or whatever else. And you use X amount of currency to level up one thing in one step. And whenever you re-roll those numbers, this was the other part that I had a problem with. If you do a re-roll, then you can reallocate all these stat numbers that I have right here. Like faith 80, I could change it so that I have 10 faith, and I have instead 80 strength. And I put those other stats somewhere else. That's how it works right now. So, as I mentioned before, the point of leveling things is so that you learn them incrementally. So, if you're trying to be a sorcerer, you start with very low-level spells and then work your way up to the big ones. Because supposedly the lower-level ones are very simple, very straightforward. You don't have to think about them much. And the more complicated ones might have more nuance to them. And they might arguably be more powerful, but they require you to know what you're doing first. So that's why levels exist, typically. So the system as it is does not fix that problem. So my new idea is it stays the same. Enemies still drop currency. They still drop money, effectively. And you use X amount of currency to buy a generic level. You don't buy one of the stats. You don't buy one vigor, one mind, one endurance, one strength, so on. You just buy a level. So you can have like 150 levels, but have no investment in any stat whatsoever if you wanted to. I don't know why you would, but you could. Or you can use that currency to buy a ceiling upgrade to that individual stat. So you're actually moving the cap. So, for example, you might start with all your ceilings for all of your little stats at like, 10 or 15 or 20. And then you spend, effectively, you spend a certain amount of your souls or whatever to be able to raise that ceiling up. So that's the second part. And you might think, what's the point of that? I'll get to it in a second. Whenever you want, as long as you are at a bonfire, you can reallocate your stats. But the ceilings are permanent. So instead of now, like, you can go get a special item, a soul vessel, whatever, and reallocate your stats that way, now you can just do that whenever you want to, as long as you're sitting at a bonfire. Like you're gearing up to go on an adventure, and you want to change your stats. You can't change it out in the field, but you can change it at the bonfire. But those ceilings remain exactly the same. So if you have been the entire game playing as a faith user, like I am, let's say that my faith, I have raised my ceiling cap all the way up to 80, or 100, as high as it can go. If I re-roll my stats, and I'm like, I want to use my 150 levels to be a great strength user now, but my ceiling is still at 20, then I can only raise my stats up to 20. I would actually have to spend more runes to be able to upgrade my skill level for that, right? That's why that's there. And those ceilings are permanent. They were reflective of your development as a character. Now, the cost of increasing that ceiling is higher than buying one generic level. However, like way higher, in fact. So you can just like brute force your way up to the top. However, the amount that you need will decrease to nothing eventually as you master whatever that ceiling is. So if you're at like level 20 in Faith, and your skill ceiling is at level 20, and you're using all your little level 20 spells, then the amount of runes that you need to move your skill ceiling up will just skyrocket, presumably, like, dive bomb, that's a better word, dive bomb straight into the planet, because it'll be going down so fast because you're actually using it. Whereas if you were using, like, if you wanted to increase intelligence, for example, in this system, then if you're not using any intelligence anything, then it's just going to stay exactly where it is. And sure, you can upgrade that ceiling the hard way, but it's going to take absolutely forever. So if you just go out and start using basic level intelligence spells, then that'll fix that problem. And it'll go away fairly quickly. Let's see. So yeah, this is going to lead into the other part of it. That ceiling gets lower by using specific spells, specific weapon classes, or by using the very specific weapon that you're trying to use, or maybe even items. It depends on what the stats actually do. So to that end, one of the other problems I've always had with these games is things like intelligence, faith, strength, and dexterity. Those need to go. They need to go. Like, we need to get rid of those entirely. Because honestly, there is not really any distinction between weapons. This whole strength dexterity thing makes no sense in the modern games whatsoever. In, like, Demon Souls, the whole idea was strength was big slow weapon. Dexterity is fast weapon. Which of those two kinds of characters do you want to be? Do you want to be a fast guy? Do you want to be a big bulky guy? That's not the case anymore. Like, there's a very general sentiment that that's how it works, but it doesn't. That's really not how it factors in. Same thing with intelligence and faith. What is the difference between intelligence and faith? Does one deal damage and the other one doesn't? No. one is maybe a little bit more utility focused, whereas the other one is a little bit more boring, but still straight damage focused. It's not like there's really no distinction between those two, other than intelligence spells are blue, and faith is yellow. And that's it. From a design perspective, they are the exact same thing. There's no reason why that those should be divided along those two hard lines like that. So, to that end, this also can kind of go with, like, mind endurance. Vigor's really straightforward, so I really have no problem with that. So to that end, I would love to get rid of strength, dexterity, intelligence, faith, whatever the dump stat is, arcane, whatever other luck, whatever stupid bullshit FromSoft diarrhea dumps into their design for that particular game. Get rid of that shit. And replace that with things like hammer, sword, halberd, lightning, fire, ice, like very, very specific but still utility-focused ideas behind what you will be using. And those will correspond to the weapon type. It will correspond to whatever the spell does. So there would need to be something for the kind of damage... Well, not really the kind of damage. I would love to get away from that. But like if cold makes things slow down, if fire causes damage over time, and lightning stuns, or something like that, then you should be able... There should be a whole series of spells that focus on that one thing. So instead of just being, I'm a spellcaster, what kind? All of it. It's more, I'm a spellcaster, what kind? Oh, I stun things, or oh, I freeze things, or oh, I heal people. Like, it's more specific than that. Not saying that you can't do more than one of those things, it's just that you can see what I'm getting at. Like, there need to be way more attributes, and those attributes need to be very specific. So you can imagine, like, the max level. Well, the max level either would be really high, or the attributes that you need to invest would be fairly low. And this leads to my next thing. Also, like, it might make sense to have some stats overlap. So you can meet the minimum requirements for a sword, like a big sword, like a Zweihander. You can meet the minimum requirements for it really, really easily. However, if there is a stat for swords, then you could also have overlap for a stat that also corresponds to large weapons, or maybe just handling large things, or maybe just strength in general, the concept of strength, which might translate to very different things, not various things, like equip load, your ability to carry things, like it depends on what the game does, but you get the idea. Just there might be like stats that correspond to a lot of different other stats, but they're things that you can combine together, so as a result, that might... If you have a very high amount in sword, then you could use any sword that you want to. You know, like a straight sword, curved sword, you know, so forth and so on. And but if you have something that corresponds to small arms, like small arms of any kind, then it might correspond to like items and things like that. But if you have one that corresponds to large items, like large weapons, then you get a bonus for that Zweihander that you're using. So now you have met the requirements for sword, but you also have some sort of bonus from the large weapon category, since you have both of those attributes leveled up at the same time. So that you can actually sort of customize what your function is for that individual sword. So you could have a Zweihander user that is a conventional one that does a lot of damage but has very slow swings. Or you could have someone that does light damage but has very fast swings. Or you could have someone that does all three at the same time but has very low amounts of health. That's what I'm aiming for. Or the same thing goes for spellcasting. Like instead of having 80 faith, you might have like, I don't know, 80, 20, whatever the max is, in ice magic. And then have another stat that corresponds to casting speed. So that you can have ice magic that meets the requirements to have a faster version of ice magic. Or if it was something that was related to strength, maybe instead of it just doing more damage, maybe it hit harder, so it had like some sort of bonus to... It would depend on the spell. Like, that's what I'm getting at. Like, each individual spell might have requirements for secondary effects that they achieve. Like, you have to meet the requirement to use it, but then you might... It does that same damage no matter what. But then you might actually have secondary effects that unlock depending on what you meet the requirements for with your other stats. And those would have overlap. So you could be a true spellcaster like a battle mage, and you have large amounts of requirement stats for sword and large weapon, and you have minimum requirements for a spell, so that it doesn't do much damage on its own, but it has a lot of secondary effects, so it's more about utility. So that whenever you cast your ice magic, maybe it cuts them up in addition to actually doing the raw damage. So it applies like a bleed effect. But at the same time, because you have so much strength, it's actually causing impact that stuns them. You know, that's what I'm aiming for. But if you have too many stats, and that becomes a problem with this system, this idea, if you have too many stats, like sword, hammer, halberd, there's so many. If there's so many of those things, it waters down that system, right? That was my main criticism whenever I was thinking about this. That sort of goes away if you have a lot of points to work with. So if you're going up to like level 1000 or something crazy, then sure, that problem does sort of go away, but then you have 1000 points to work with. So why not fill those 1000 points in tons of categories? Like, you can see where that problem is coming into play. So my solution to that is make each one of those attributes, each one of these traits, I'll just call them traits, I guess, have increasing amounts that are required. Like, instead of 1, 1, 1, 1, it's more like 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, you know, and so on and so forth and so on. Or it could be 1, 2, 3. It just depends on what the thresholds for everything happen to be. The lower the number, the better, honestly, in this kind of system. Otherwise, everything gets so inflated that you'll be gaining, like, 3 levels every time you kill a deer. So, you get the impression there. But the goal is to... You can see where the goals for all this are, is to try to make sure that you can customize your character in more interesting ways, but that corresponds to which requirements that you're meeting for the things that you want, while the initial requirements for the basic gear that you're using are still low enough that you can try whatever it is that you want to try. And more importantly, if you're doing nothing but raising your maximum, like, ceiling for each one of those attributes, you can try whatever you want. Like, if you decide, oh, I wonder what's up with this halberd, you can pick it up, start using it, and then that will almost immediately erase the ceiling so that you can immediately, like, upgrade the maximum capacity for using a halberd. And since you can re-roll whenever you want to at a bonfire, then you don't have to worry about fucking up your character's levels. Like, this is all the goal. This is how I want all this stuff to work. However, something else I have thought about, there needs to be a maximum level. Like, there has to be. FromSoft's fascination with, oh, you can be level 800, that really, no one really does that. And even if they do it, it takes either cheating, or it takes a monstrous amount of time, and it's just a huge waste of time, and you will be done with the game by the time that you're through. And the amount of people that you're going to run into that actually are like you, that are level 700 and still trying to do co-op or PvP, are going to be limited to, like, on one hand. It's not a solution. Allowing people to level up indefinitely is not a solution to New Game Plus problems. Nor is it a solution to bosses where you're like, yeah, it's overpowered, but they can level up to 200 if they need to. That's not a solution either. So I would like there to be a limited amount of level points, but an infinite ceiling. So, in other words, like, if the maximum capacity for any one stat is 100, the most the most benefit you're probably ever going to get is going to... Well, I'll take it back. Forget the 100. It'd probably be easier to think about it in terms of like 20 or whatever, but the numbers don't really matter too much. But you could get the maximum ceiling for every single stat, for every weapon, for everything, raised all the way up to the top without ever actually even touching the stat if you wanted to. It doesn't matter. But the amount of points that you actually get for your max level will always be limited. And the point of that is to force people into having builds. Like right now, if you are level 800 something, then you just have everything. Like you can have 99 Vigor, 99 Mind, 99 Endurance. It doesn't matter. You don't have a build anymore. You're just a big monster. And, you know, that's fine in games like this, but it's not what I'm going for. However, that build, if there is PvP in this theoretical game, this mod, whatever, then you're going to hit a max level, and that's where everybody is going to be. And if you ever have any interactions with other human players, if you attack another human player, they're going to be at that level 100, that level 200, whatever it is, whatever the max level is. And so are you. And that's how it stays. You don't have to worry a single thing about down leveling or up leveling. It's just, it is what it is. That is. It's right there. There might have to be some down leveling or whatever for the moment until you get to max level, but you get the idea. However, it is important to have solutions for overpowered enemies and other bullshit. And also to have there be a way for you to catch up to New Game Plus enemies if you have New Game Plus. So, to that end, my other thing that I want to do is you can take a stat up to your maximum ceiling. And that applies to PvP. You have a max level for PvP and for most content. However, you can actually continue investing your, like, blue levels. You know how, like, there's overshields or, like, additional stuff that doesn't count? Like, there's blue levels. Like, you get to level 100 and that's white. You get to level 101 and that becomes blue. That one extra level does not apply to PvP. So you can do something like, you get to a max level of, like, 100 in Vigor or whatever, or 20, whatever the max level is, and then you have that blue level, and you go 21 Vigor. And that number can go way higher. Like whatever the quote-unquote max PvE level is. But that damage will not apply to, like, other humans. So if a PvP guy runs up and hits you, it takes off that white portion of your health bar, no matter what. It never touches the blue. But if an enemy runs up and hits you, it takes away the blue portion. And that blue portion has to be eradicated before it even begins to touch the rest of your health bar. So you get the idea. You can get to max level, but as far as PvE content goes, you can keep leveling up your character almost indefinitely, until it hits the 255 mark, whatever the coding limit happens to be. So, there you have it. That is my complete idea for trying to rectify a lot of the leveling issues in this game. Now, if you aren't actually interacting with that level, or that system, please be here. Oh no, I think the festival already started. Because there's no one here. Yeah, no one's here. God damn it. Nobody's here. Even though I did not actually talk to him about it. Maybe he found out on his own. Although I think there will be the giant. No? Even the giant's not here. Oh, well. Well, that means that I probably lost everything, unfortunately. Let me run over here. That probably means that Blythe is also gone from his location. Yep, he's gone. Look at that. Great. Well, we lost everything. That means I'll probably have to go on another character and talk to him there. Yeah, shut up. Don't run off the fucking edge. I hate being on a horse. I cannot believe it did that. I went through all the trouble of trying to be as careful as possible. And even though I did not tell him to go down here, well, at least I only lost out on that one little bit of dialogue. And it is a very short amount of dialogue, it's not actually going to matter. But unfortunately, I've already done that part on my other character, which means I'm going to have to do the entire Ranni questline up until this point on another character in order to get that dialogue and show it. Which is just lovely. That's just the best. Loving your quest system, FromSoft. So yeah, that's my leveling up idea. It's actually not that complicated, because it's basically the same exact thing as it is now, except it has those weird little ceilings. And the thresholds are moved down a little bit. How come you're not doing enough damage? You killed that other one in one hit. I don't know. Unfortunately, my ideas for fixing NPC quests so they don't do this shit is to nail their fucking feet to the ground. Instead of, oh, it's so cute that they do their own thing, they're their own people. Great. They're not moving. If they want to leave the bonfire for a while, they better give a damn good reason. They better give a damn fucking good reason why they're leaving. But they have to come back. This business of them just doing whatever the fuck they want to has got to stop. But you want to explore... Like, Miyazaki's fascination with it being this... like, experience. Multifaceted experience that things are always changing. Every playthrough is new. I hate that shit. Fucking hate that garbage. Doesn't do a goddamn thing for me. It does nothing but enrage me. And it's not because I'm a completionist. I think no one really cares for how he handles the... Will you fucking get down here? No! Stop it. I don't have time to deal with you. You poison! Here, let me fix the problem. Oh, now you want to come down. No! Get down. God, stupid little bitch. I wasn't even two-handing it just then. Christ, these fucking enemies are so goddamn needy. No, the world must revolve around me! I'm gonna stay up here in the sky for the next 15 minutes, screaming like a bitch as I throw poison. Pay attention to me. It's all about me. No, you're a basic enemy. Die. Who cares? You're not difficult. Just die so I can move on with the game. You're not interesting. You don't do anything. That's the problem. You're an enemy that doesn't do anything interesting. So why exactly are you taking so long? Flaming Strike. I can actually use this. Our very first fire-related Ash of War. Jesus Christ Almighty. It took so long to get one. The pacing that they dole these things out at is so bad. Like, look how many fucking Ent ones we got. We have shit tons of Ent ones. Well, you can go to Caelid at any time. Apparently not. The festival's fucking ongoing. I didn't make it start. It started on its own. What did I do? I walked up to the area. That's it. Flaming Strike. Skill that emits flame in a wide frontward guard. Follow strong attack. Yeah, fascinating. The soul's card armor from. Nothing. Just nothing. There's no lore to that whatsoever. Okay. Well, since the festival already started, may as well plug the fucking bonfire that's up here. You know, it would be funny if the enemies were actually here, but the doors were locked. Like it was the worst of both worlds. Like, there's still enemies, there's still a pain in the ass, all the doors are locked, you're not allowed to have any of the items, and the festival has begun somehow. That would be amazing. And no. Yeah, no one's here. Oh, fantastic. That's fucking fantastic. How do I do this? Oh, yeah. Do it this way. Don't need the kitty cat ring for that. I guess it's kind of a good thing. In a way. I'm gonna scream at Blythe whenever I see him. You like how this area has the Halo music playing in the background? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. It really does sound like that same chanting. Well, look who it is over there. So, what are you doing here, motherfucker? Considering that you didn't know how to get here. How'd you find your way here? I'm gonna have to nail your fucking feet to the ground?
Thought I might find you here.
Oh, did ya? How?
I was a little worried. We missed our meeting.
Uh-huh.
It looks like you're still in one piece, eh?
How'd that happen?
No, right? That star-scourged Radahn holds Rani's fate in stasis. But once he's
Oh, I hadn't heard.
It'll spring back into motion. So now, we stand against the demigod once known as the strongest of them all. The way ahead is pleasingly simple. We fight, sword and fang.
At least that's unique dialogue. Because if you get here and you actually did everything quote-unquote correctly, he would basically say, hey, what's going on? We do this for Lady Rani, right? And I'd be like, yeah, she's fucking hot. Like, I know, right? I'm like a wolf man, even I know that. So there you go, unique dialogue for anyone like me that did the entire quest chain up until the very, very end and then just so happened to not talk to him. And then made the mistake of looking at Caelid. Just looking at it. Stepping foot on one particle of dirt and going, oh, look at that. The dire mistake. It would have been amazing. Here's a good test for someone. Because that did not happen, presumably. Like, he was underground that whole time, right? Like, the moment that I started... Where did I start? Like, I warped here. Summon Water Village Outskirts. I warped here. So if I were to look on my map, he would have still been there. He absolutely would have still been there. So at what point, if you kept going forward by increments and then looking at your map, at what point does he vanish and just reappear over here? My guess is that it is at the max distance that this stupid castle starts to be rendered. That is my best guess.
Once more into the fray together, eh?
Yeah, once more.
This might even be fun.
I wouldn't know. I'm a little too irritated with you right now.
Once more into the fray.
And now that he is here, that fucks up lots of other things and freezes lots of NPC quest lines so that they cannot continue until this is done. Because FromSoft. Hello, lady. I think this is actually a finger maiden. Blight Bow. We actually see their names whenever we get into the actual Radahn fight itself.
Welcome.
Also,
The stars have aligned. The festival is nigh.
that's who's talking.
General Radahn, mightiest demigod of the Shattering, awaits you. Champions, prepare for battle. Defeat the general, claim glory, and grab that great rune. A celebration of war. The Radahn Festival!
He just so happened to start saying that just as I showed up. It makes me wonder how many times they hold this festival. Because once we get out there, he's eating a lot of dead bodies. There's a lot of dead people out there, which gives me the impression that they've been doing this for a hot minute. Also, it's not really much of a festival. Like, I guess maybe people are eating. I'm not quite sure. There seem to be more ghosts here than there are actual people. Which, really, what's all that's happening is that we're going down an elevator and then getting our asses beat. That's the festival. Welcome to the rodeo circus. Get the shit kicked out of you. Enjoy your stay. Also, Alexander is here. It's a good thing I've already completed your shit, or you also... Actually, I didn't. I didn't complete his shit either, because I had to do that fucking mine. He was doomed either way. Because if that castle loaded from a distance, which I've mentioned before, that's like the whole level, even if you're like in a cave underground, in a catacomb somewhere, FromSoft and their genius loads the whole map. It doesn't matter where you are, they try to load everything. You might think I don't know much about video game design, but that seems like it would create a lot of strain on the video game, that it has to load all the stuff that you will never be able to see in that instance. Yeah. Yeah. Makes me wonder why they do it. I mean, there's got to be a reason, and it can't just be they're stupid. Like, they're FromSoft, so they're not like the most brilliant geniuses in the world, but still, there has to be a reason. They even hired out help. They had other people help them with this one. So presumably someone else that is like wiser than they are like, hey, that's kind of stupid. Shouldn't be doing that. So there has to be some sort of weird engine reason that they couldn't get around. There has to be some weird particular thing that causes that. But either way, point being, this castle probably loads really, really far away. So the simple fact that we were even remotely close to finishing that part of Ranni's quest would mean that I may have had to, like, squeeze through the trigger area and get to this tunnel to even have a chance of opening that door for Alexander. Because remember, he was stuck inside of the tunnel. Like over here. And you can't actually do the tunnel from this area. You have to, like, you have to get here, and then drop off a cliff here, and then make your way over here. Like, go your way through the level. So I think he was fucked either way. Not that you're really missing much. He's like, oh, what the... How'd you do that? So I guess that's something else I'll do on another character. Do that shit for him there. Wouldn't that just be a treat for everybody? I'm pretty pissed off right now. And I'm not going to apologize for it like last time. FromSoft deserves for me to be pissed off at them. They do a lot of stupid shit. FromSoft makes a lot of mistakes all the time, and they get a free pass because people have just accepted, oh, whoa, that's the treasure of FromSoft games. They're so nuanced and clever, and they pace things. Every playthrough's different. No, that's bullshit. It shouldn't. Let's not be strawmanny and jump to the hyperbolic solution that these need to be Ubisoft games with shit tons of ridiculous UI elements and a quest log, and everything is very neatly set and plotted so that you can't miss anything. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that FromSoft has their head stuck inside their ass, and it would be nice if they pulled it out of their ass and looked up. They don't have to wear Assassin's Creed clothing, but they do have to look you in the eye as they breathe shit from their mouth because their mouth has been lodged inside their rectum for the past 5 years. Anyways, Alexander.
Ah, you came. How delightful. Indeed, I thought
That's what I always say.
Here. By the by, do you know for whom this festival is being held?
Me.
Well, it is none other than General Radahn himself.
He doesn't have a brain anymore.
Think, I could face a great champion of the Shattering, a demigod in the flesh. Oh, gosh. In truth, I quiver at the thought. Such as
Don't quiver too close.
repute.
But the fear simply assures me the ordeal is worth undertaking. Be sure to get a good vantage, my friend. I, Iron Fist Alexander, do hereby vow to unflinchingly brave this ordeal.
You sure will, buddy. I'm sure that you will.
Be sure to get a good vantage, my friend. I, Iron Fist Alexander, do hereby vow to unflinchingly brave this...
He seems to be saying, you sit down and watch me. I'm gonna kick his ass. Needless to say, that does not happen. Patches kicks his ass. That's what happens. I will mention that in the Ronnie questline, which thankfully I did the most of, before missing that. That would have been fun. Whenever we talk to Blythe over here, because then he actually was staying put and talking to me remotely, and Iji and Sullivan, whatever his name is, they also had weird ghostly apparitions because they were talking to you remotely. One from a tower, one from his position at his anvil, and the other one from Limgrave. So our telephone Zoom call was going on at the time. Those phantoms seem to be more opaque than these are. So I'm not quite sure what they're going for with these guys. It makes them look like they are ghosts. Like, it really does make them look like they are dead. But I think what they're actually going for is, since you see human phantoms all the time, like one right there. Since you see human phantoms fighting the boss that I should be fighting right now, and they have this similar appearance, I think that's what they're going for. They're trying to say, oh, these are actually people that are in a completely different world, but it has some sort of weird overlap with yours. So maybe they have their own version of a speech that they're listening to right now. It is not clear. The way that worlds work in this game really doesn't make any sense, because they haven't even mentioned that there is such a thing yet. Whereas in Dark Souls 1, they're like, oh yeah, time is convoluted, there are different like dimensions that are shifting and interfacing with one another, so you might actually meet people that are from completely different places, completely different world, with their own experiences in those worlds. And you're like, oh, okay, that's interesting. It doesn't really make a lot of sense if you think about it too hard, but yeah, it's there. In Elden Ring? Nah, it's just something FromSoft does, so shut up. Which makes it that much more interesting that they really rub your face in it by actually showing you the ghosts. Yeah, well.
More into the fray together.
Uh-huh. It might be fun, it might be fun, it might be fun. Who knows? It might be fun. It might be fun. Do I want to start this now? Actually, I want to go down here. There's like one thing that I can pick up. Here's another one of these quote-unquote moon dials, or whatever the hell they're supposed to be. This one is also facing the wrong direction. Like, we have some that are pointing... Like, from Carrie Manor, there's one that was facing this direction. And then there's, like, another one that I can remember off the top of my head that's, like, here, and it's facing off here in this direction. And this one is obviously facing in this direction. So there's no rhyme or reason to it. I guess they're just positioned however, and they're made to capture starlight or something. I'm not quite sure. But I thought there was like an item here that I... Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Somber Smithing Stone 5. Great. Absolutely great. Okay. I could go ahead and start this. Do I want to use the pickaxe? I probably don't. Probably want to use something that's a little bit longer. That does have a higher AR. What the? Oh, it's doing that R1 thing again. Oh. Yeah, I can't even switch to it two-handed. Oh, wait, no. It's because... Oh, yeah, because the weird you're not allowed to attack people thing is active. I thought it was that bug again. I wanted to reset once to show you this. But if you reset, you're forced to listen to the whole thing again. Which is kind of funny. Actually, I was trying to think if I had a one-headed weapon that I could use. Because I'm going to be on horseback, and I kind of want to... Yeah, I could use the stupid wing scythe again. And it is a bleed weapon. Alright, I'll use this, goddammit. At least now I'm in Caelid, I can now get the wing scythe that I want, which does look better. I think its AR is not as good, but I will deal with it because it at least does not look like a He-Man toy. Shield's not going to do me any good, so I don't think I need to worry about that. But we walk in here again, and as soon as we get near Alexander, forced to listen to it again. What? No, I never said this. I guess he just forgot. Sure is, buddy. And there's nothing over here. Only death. And a ghost. You gonna do it? Do it. Jump. Pfft, pussy. I think you can actually interrupt him. Grab that room, baby.
Are you good and prepared, young chum?
So this is what this guy looks like. He uses a flamberge, which I would be able to get right now, since it is in this castle, if the festival wasn't going on. Isn't that lovely? And you know, if I actually do the festival, this part, and finish it, I may not. Like, I think I beat Radahn on my strength user in the first try. On my very first character, it took like 10 tries because I was trying to figure out what the hell was going on. This character, it could be 20 tries. It could be 1 try. I never know. It's just going to depend. I've never tried fighting him using magic, but that might play a part in my death. So yeah, he has very interesting clothing. His little... I used to think that was part of his sleeves, but that actually are individual tassels that are coming from his shoulder down to his elbow. So it kind of looks like his clothing is like in tatters, or it's patched together from a bunch of different other sets of clothing. I don't know what his deal is, but he is very old. Or he looks very old. Is that a... Wait, is that a mask? No, I think that is his face. No? The thing that I'm looking at might actually just be like a mask that's in the form of someone's head. He's wearing a helmet. Look at that. This is the interior of a helmet. Yep. Yep, he is indeed wearing a helmet. That is not his face. Or maybe the top part. No, you can even see the ventilation on the side. This is not his face. Where the fuck is his hair coming from, then? That makes no sense at all. Whatever. That's your secret, and now mine. So you initiate the festival.
Before we begin, allow me to paint you the full picture.
Let's paint the full picture, guys. Look at this poor animal. I think that's a clean rot night. People say, oh, he used gravity magic.
Cursed ever to wander.
He used gravity magic so he wouldn't hurt his horse. Look at how much agony that horse is experiencing.
By Melania's scarlet rot, his wits are long gone.
So he has a scarlet rot. His health never drops on its own, unfortunately.
Now he gathers the corpses of former friends and foes alike, gorging on them like a dog.
The festival's for him, though. It's his party. He should have like a tiny, cute voice.
Howling at the sky.
But now, we must make merry.
Uh-huh.
Gathering of champions. The revels begin. The celebration of war.
Don't hit me.
Radahn Festival.
Should have gotten right in front of me. So that's how you get that emote. I've missed 3 or 4 now. Because FromSoft.
You will find the field of battle past the church ahead, upon the shore under the fort. General Radahn is there, even now, divested of his wits,
devouring corpses and howling at the sky.
He's really on about those things. Radahn does two things, dude. Well, three things. He rides on his crippled horse that is obviously in terrible agony at having to be ridden. Despite what cute comics would say to the contrary. He eats corpses, which I would imagine have been there a while, and he's probably getting a good mouthful of metal. I can't imagine he's actually getting much nutrition from that. And he howls at the sky. I guess that he's howling at the sky because he's keeping the stars up and he doesn't like stars. Stars bad. Maybe. That's my best guess. So even in his crazy state, crazy bread. You gotta say it like that. Crazy bread. Even with his crazy bread state, he still has at least the impulse to say, fuck you, stars. Fuck you, moon. Fuck you, lucky clovers. You will not be part of a balanced breakfast. Down we go. With my 29,000 runes. By the way, do you think that... oh, it was like pulsing in and out. Do you think that anyone... You would think that some people will be like, why are you wearing a mask that is a symbol of betrayal? Because I have been wearing that mask from before. Old-fashioned personal worn by those committed to high treason. It wards off the greater will. It does stop the greater will from doing whatever the hell it's doing, though. Haha, I'm wearing tin foil on my head. Didn't expect that, did you, God? Oh, rats. Why did I make that? Oh, gee whiz. Oh, well. Okay, so. Oh, do I do the Radahn fight? Yeah, I guess I do. Oh, look at that. All the bloodstains loaded in. Fantastic. Absolutely amazing. Alright. I have no plan for this right now. This fight always opens the same... I will say, I now have the map of this area. This whole area, like this whole almost continent-shaped area, is the entire boss arena. The whole thing. Did it need to be this big? No. It did not. Not at all. Also, the three little men boating over here. We're going fishing, I guess. No, I'm bringing my brother out to sea to kill him. For the sake of the family. He can't keep his mouth shut. Oh my god. It didn't need to be this big. I will say, for the record, that I think you can actually one-hit kill Radahn. If you... I think it's like this area. If you ride over to an area where you can scale the cliffs very awkwardly with torrents, and he will try to follow you. And if he jumps and he doesn't land on a stable surface, which he won't, then he'll slide down, and the protection system that FromSoft uses for enemies that are stuck in a falling state will trigger, and that will just kill him in one hit. I am not going to try doing that. I just wanted to mention it. So here we go. We're going to try to put a stop to Radahn eating corpses, and maybe unlock this stupid castle so I can actually get the shit that I want. Still cannot fucking believe that happened. I was so careful. We use protection, dude. A Snickers bar wrapper is not protection. So this opens the same way. If you're on your horse... If you are on your horse, you will get hit. Casual greeting. Who gives me that? I can't remember. And he does nothing except for fire arrows at you this whole time. So the only way of dealing with it is to roll. Because rolling in FromSoft, they love it. Can't get enough. Who needs blocking? It's probably better to allow... I hate that move because it's really difficult to get around it. So now that he's initiated melee combat with someone, now you can use Horsey. Which is good news. If you're a strength user, this is actually kind of a really annoying fight. Because all the people that you summon in... Wow, they did quite a bit of damage. All the people that you summon in are melee users. And as you can see, Patches, if I can spot his summon side without getting killed, it is not Patches. But if you watch his moves, you can see that he does a lot of like spinning in circles and shit. And he loves to do that as well. And he does that, which is a way of gathering everyone together. So all his moves seem to be oriented around combating melee attackers. Let me try to summon in some more dudes. You can actually do this whole fight without actually participating in it. There's that Alexander. Go get him, buddy. He told us to wait and see what he does. Now this is the finger baiting. He also has another... Alright, go ahead and get it done. Initiate your attack so I can actually dodge out of it. Okay. Even if you summon in a bunch of guys... Jesus Christ, what just happened? He will still decide to track you and no one else. Cool, thanks. For some reason you can't really read who they are on the horse. But yeah, you can tell the actual summons are mainly just there to be a distraction. Gotta jump over that. They don't really deal much damage on their own. A couple of them, I think, do have bleed weapons, so if any damage actually comes out, that's where it's coming from. Not the biggest fan of that move, since it basically covers the whole arena. I think I'll use Flame of Frenzy. Probably does more damage. Actually, I need to bring in more summons. Definitely need to now. Alexander. Somebody, not sure if I got them. Now that's Blythe. Looking for Patches still. I don't know if you can actually avoid that or not. It really, for some reason, loves to fuck with your camera too. Very strange. Sometimes she will use an AoE heal over time. Damn it! He's about 50%, so I'm gonna have to actually... Oh, did someone in the group become a lord? Oh, thank goodness. I was really worried about the run. Damn. Ah, she used it. Ah, well. But that's a nice little bonus. That'll help you out. Let me summon in whoever this is. Amazing. That's another problem with him. Even though you can summon those guys in, he does not give a shit about them. Because as you can see, it takes... I didn't really fight him in that case. More just rode around like an idiot. It takes a really extraordinarily long amount of time for you to actually reach him on foot. It's not... By the way, Rodon was nerfed in one of the patches, and then the patch right after it was like 1.04 or something. They immediately reverted all the patches, and then claimed that it was a mistake. Oops, did we do that? Even though they listed all the exact changes in the patch notes. Oops, we listed all the exact values that we nerfed him. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? Get off, get off, get off. Ooh, that was close. I forgot about this phase. Okay. Now, this time... see if I can find patches. Oh yeah, those things block those from time to time. I think this is patches. No, this is just a basic message. Oh, maybe it's down there. I hate that move right there. Because it loves to track you, and it doesn't really want to stop. Maybe this one? No, this is Blythe again. I do like the fact that you can summon in so many guys, but trying to actually fight Radahn is the actual problem. Here's Patches, okay. So Patches gets summoned in. Please don't attack me while we're watching Patches. He does lock on, and he's like, oh, this guy. And I think actually I've seen Radahn hit Patches before, but then he takes no damage. So I think Patches might be invincible. Then he just leaves. You saw him vanish. He doesn't do even the kneeling, bow out, desummon thing that players do. He just pieces out. He's gone. This is a fun little Easter egg that I'm pretty sure is pretty famous by now. You didn't need me to show you, but it's pretty cute. Okay. Oh, are there too many people summoned in? Yeah, it does a fair amount of damage. Oh, dude, I wanted that. Ah, well. Thank you for healing Radahn, though. Appreciate it. Yeah, that does damage no matter what. Of course, he's angry at only me, so... Wow, those move fast. Like, you can see that he's sort of made so that he can catch you on horseback. Great Horn Tragoth, I guess is the name of... Let me fucking look. He's the name of the guy with the hammer. Why are you so fucking concerned with me? I haven't even touched you yet. Well, of course I did do most of the damage, but... He keeps using that out of my range. It's interesting that the Finger Maiden runs to you. Is she throwing doo-doo? I swear I saw her throwing shit. Yeah, it's not even hitting him. Yeah, I kind of had to stick to Frenzy Burst if I'm going to use. Because that's the only thing that actually hits him reliably at range. I better go get more dudes. So you can find him this way. A couple times I have fought him by just not bothering to summon anyone at the first group. It becomes more of a pain in the ass, though. I feel like a lot of the bosses in this game, I've mentioned this before, but a lot of them are, like they freely seem to acknowledge that the balance of the game is quite bad. So some of the bosses are just like, yeah, just summoning people. So now he should try to leave. Oh, he's gonna keep going. I wonder if I can get him one molest hit. Nah, he's probably it. No, he's gonna continue attacking. He should leave now. There he goes. Okay, I was wondering why he was taking so long. So here's the halfway point. Oh, he's coming from this direction. I don't like that you can't quite figure out where he's coming from. Alright, yeah, he's gonna chase me exclusively again. Someone did tagging though, so he should redirect his attention for a moment. Maiden what was her name? Maiden Thralona or something? Not much to go off of. those little things, even though you're used to in all the games seeing things like that. I was trying to avoid all of them. He can't actually use those. They don't hit you. They don't immediately fly off to attack you until he physically uses them. Would you what? Did she teleport next to me and start walking on my head? God damn it. What? Ah, sure, whatever. The horse died. Go. Go, horsey. Are you actually summoning in? It's really hard to tell. Yeah, Theralina. Strange name. Man, those things. Here you guys. Go tagging, please. Glad that missed. That doesn't really do much. It takes a bit too long. I wonder how much damage the black fireballs do. Damn, I was really trying to get away from that. Alright, black fireball. Let's see what that does. I've never really tried beating him with magic, just riding around like this. I hate that move. It's not a big deal, it's just I don't like the unavoidable damage. It's like you have to be at absolute max range. Castellan Jib. Oh, he actually joins the fight himself. Are you fucking kidding me? Here I am trying to show off shit. Well, I guess I'll just try to beat him. But anyways, yeah, that's his name, Castellan Jaren. Leave Jaren to me. He actually joins in on the fight as well. I didn't even know that. I'm glad I looked around. Unfortunately, it got me killed trying to explore shit so I can show off content. How dare I? This is a FromSoft game. It's not designed for you to see things and enjoy them. It's designed for action. Keep doing this. It's designed for DMC levels of action. You can tell that's what Miyazaki actually wants to make. It's like he doesn't give a shit about this. Like, he inherited Demon Souls. You might be wondering, well, how come he made all these other games? He inherited Demon Souls as a project from another director. It was a salvage project. Yeah, so once you see those, he'll start using those. Well, I thought I had time to roll, but I was mashed. You might even be able to hear me mash the button. Let's try the old fireball. Yeah, look how frantic he is. Look how much he moves around the arena too. For his size, it's not unreasonable. But the main problem is that if you are a melee user trying to hit him with a weapon, you can imagine how incredibly difficult it can be to actually run after him. Because even the process of him doing circles around you, trying to attack you... Yeah, the fireballs work pretty well. Even that causes him to run around the arena a pretty substantial amount. Oh, fuck me. Get damage while you can. Ah, shit. Hope he uses those things on someone else. Is he still tracking me? Kinda looks like it. No, I think he finally moved on. Summon Patches. Go get him, Patches. Yeah, one more should do it. Damn. Had to get that one last One last little move. Alright, here we go. Radahn's Great Rune and Remembrance of Star Scourge. So there we go. We finally got him. It only took me actually paying a very slim amount of attention to the fight instead of goofing off. Cutscene. And notice, shooting stars. Lots of shooting stars. One big shooting star. And a lot of visual lag. What happened? It was a little bit delayed, but that is a pretty good representation of what is effectively like a nuke going off. Like, you always see the mushroom cloud and whatnot, but obviously that was not a nuke, but you would just be blinded. Like, you wouldn't see anything. It would just be a bright light, and then your body would be, like, melted off of itself. Alright, so, more fun facts. We get to talk to Blythe and Alexander. I made the mistake the first time... Oh, I never picked up my runes. I made the mistake first time of running over here to get the catacombs that's in this direction. And then I came back, and Alexander was gone. I never stopped and rested at a point of grace at all. I just went to a different location very briefly and then came back. And he was gone. So I never knew that he was here until my second character. Blythe was a good boy, for once, and actually stayed still.
Ah, good. I was waiting for you.
Were you?
Sick way to fight, eh? The glory of the clash is shared by Radahn and you. And did you see that afterwards? A falling star right before our eyes. I can't fathom how Radahn was holding back something of that scale. He was a living legend if ever I saw one. And the path has now been cleared. To Nokron, where Ranni's fate will be decided. Let's meet where the falling star bit the earth. We'll take up our swords once more for Mistress Ranni.
Alright. I do like his reaction to that. Like, holy shit, that was fucking crazy. Also, Radahn is kind of a huge badass, considering he's holding... There's the moon. Or what I assume to be a moon. It's kind of weird how it has a cross on it, it looks like. Almost like there was some sort of deep cut inside of it. I don't know if it has anything to do with anything, it just kind of looks that way to me. So, whatever... Like, I was presuming that maybe there's some sort of elder god thing going on. Maybe the moon itself. Considering that Ranni, you know, moon. Rennala, moon. Maybe now that the will of whatever those outer beings can be enacted is happening, that one shooting star was thrown down exactly where it needed to fall. Which is, like, right here. Even though the map does not represent it, this whole area is gone. Like, there's nothing here anymore. Like, it's just a giant crater. Which I guess I can show off. But all the same, Blythe is... It's interesting also that Blythe does this FromSoft thing where he credits you as being the superstar. Because in canon, like, whenever you defeat Gwyn, you presumably are very close in power to what he used to be. Maybe not anywhere near as strong as he used to be, but you are strong enough to kill Nito and the Bed of Chaos and so on, so you must be, like, really strong, right? But in video game terms, you're still the same weak little bitch that you've always been. You just have very slightly more health. Thank you, random dead thing. That must have been a... I didn't interact with a bloodstain. That must have been an actual phantom of someone dying. It's pretty funny. Or like a Bloodborne, for example. You inevitably, at the end of the game, potentially one of the endings, you can become sort of a new god in a way or something. But in video game terms, they never represent you that way. You're always this piddly, pathetic, weak little peon that is getting by on throwing sticks at things and trying to poison enemies and hiding behind a rock as they slowly bleed out. I think someone in the comments did mention this. I forget what the original quote is attributed to. But as a character describing dragon slaying and how there is no nobility or pride in dragon slaying at all. Because there's no such thing as a 1v1 versus a dragon. You can't win. It is not possible. What they actually do is they poison the dragon and then run away and hide. And just, you know, they try to outpace it for long enough for the poison to take effect, and then it dies. Even in, like, Dark Souls 1, you could say the same thing about the Silver Knights. Go was talking about the amount of, Silver Knights that they would lose in the process of trading all of those lives for a single dragon. Like, they were dying in droves just to get rid of those things. And it feels like that. Like I'm just this little ignoramus wearing a glass helmet that would probably shatter and make my eyes bleed. Ow! The glass helmet! I'm bleeding everywhere! How could have I anticipated this? Wearing my silly little Halloween cosplay outfit and using my big He-Man toy, made of clearly plastic. Fighting Radahn with a group of like 9 dudes, riding around on horseback, throwing fireballs that take off like 5% of his health. Until at the very end, I'm able to like run up to him and like hit him with a stick once. And he's like, ow. And that's the thing that kills him. What a legend I am. But Blythe is like saying that, like, whoa, you and Radahn, whoa, you're so great. The glory is shared by the both of you. Thanks, Blythe. That is the most transparent lie I've ever heard. But thank you.
Let's meet where the falling star bit the earth. And we'll go into battle again. Side by side.
Where the falling star
Only
bit
purpose
the
to
earth.
fight for Ranni's fate, sword and fang. The curtain's rising. On the final act.
Yeah. Maybe he says it bit the earth just because he's like a wolf man. I'm going to talk to Alexander first. I don't even trust going over the hill. Like, I feel like even if I could see him, I'm going to look back and he'll just vanish. So, let's, before I go pick up my runes. Alexander, what you got to say, buddy?
Ah, hello there.
What are you doing?
It was a battle marvelously fought. You are well and truly a champion, friend. I, on the other hand, am nothing but a crock.
Like a crock pot.
One hit was all it took to crack me, and for my insides to come spilling out. After that, I hid like a coward.
I don't recall
As
that.
such, I can hardly stand to face one such as you.
No, dude, I summoned you and you kept coming. Like, you did about as well as I did. But, again, in universe, even though it does not represent what you actually experienced in the game, the canon is that you stood face to face against Radahn and managed to fight him with some degree of minor help from these peons. And you basically bested him 1v1 because you're so strong. As strong as a demigod by now. Bullshit. Also, Alexander says that he was busted open and his insides came pouring out. So whenever you summon him in, I guess they kind of experience death all the same, even if they aren't actually from your world. It's especially strange because Alexander and Blythe are very clearly in the world that I am in. So whenever I'm summoning them, what protects them from dying? Or is the logic that they are dying and like racing back from their bonfires? And if that's the case, is Alexander actually protected by Grace himself? Is Blythe? Isn't he sworn to protect Ranni and that's all he cares about? And she has nothing to do with what the Erdtree wants? Makes no sense. Just another one of those weird video game conventions. Alexander, what are you doing?
But don't you think I've given up just yet. As luck would have it, there's a veritable mountain of warriors' bodies right here.
Yeah.
If I can just squeeze this bunch down inside me, I'll be a mighty warrior again in no time. And you know, the bodies found here are exceedingly fine. Who could expect any less from the very warriors who fought in the Shattering? The greatest of all wars. Just you wait and see, friend. I'll grow even stronger. Just you wait when next we meet.
So, it did not really occur to me, but apparently the way... I thought that the jars were made by, like, making this jar, enchanting it in some way, dumping a bunch of dead bodies into it, and it's almost like the combination of all their souls combined together to make this new person. Or something. Like some form of artificial reincarnation. Like some weird thing that I don't understand. But from what I gather, it almost seems like he lost the bodies that he was using originally. If he was bursted open, and then he hid afterwards. If that's the logic they're going with. Again, it's hard to tell because there's a little narrative dissonance with how this works, where Alexander is saying one thing, but it's never shown in-game in any capacity. Like, canonically, he exploded, basically, and then, presumably, he revived, or he was broken to some degree, and he had to repair himself, and he hid? I don't know. I don't know what the actual logic is. But he works by just roaming around, picking up dead bodies, and dumping them inside of his body. Like his big jar body. And actually, doesn't he look like he's a bit more cracked now? It's hard to tell. I can't remember if he was always this cracked or not. But I think he actually might be a bit more fractured than he used to be. The front, at least. I don't think the backside. No, the backside also looks like it's really cracked up. He's got a... Actually, it looks like it goes all the way around. God's sakes. I'm not even strong enough to break this one arrow. Yeah, yeah, his entire upper half and his entire lower half came clean apart. And also his front facing, in a way. I wonder if it was always like that. I'll have to go back and look at old footage or look at him on a new character or something. Which I'll have to make. Yeah, that's how Alexander works. Very strange. Alright, Alexander, anything else?
The bodies found here are exceedingly fine. Who could expect any less from the very warriors who fought in the Shattering? The greatest.
How are the bodies still here?
Just you wait and see.
You'll grow even stronger. Just you wait when next meet. Okay. So that's his goal. He wants to get stronger, but it seems like he actually can't get stronger unless he uses corpses. But you think there would be a maximum amount of corpses he could put inside. Again, the logic of how these guys works makes no sense to me at all. I can only have a very loose guesstimation on it. Okay. Alexander complete. Let me go pick up my runes. Whoa. So, since I don't have runes, you can see that Radahn drops exactly 73,500 runes. And there's actually a really annoying catacombs. It's somewhere around here, I think. That has a talisman that increases the amount of runes that you make. So you can make even more than that. I can't remember the exact amount. There we go. That is done.
Let's meet with a fallen and we'll go into
okay, same thing. Alright. Alright, I'll show you this little bit over here. Then I'll race back to the castle, and I'll try to clear out that castle, which shouldn't take too long. It's mainly the stupid lions that will be the main concern. Actually, whenever I first go back there, they will still be gone. Because I'll have to do that weird reset thing that I was talking about. But you can see how long it takes to get from one side to another. I was going through this whole area. The only place I could really find where you could go up any further was right around here. Like right in front of me. The rest of it, you can sort of get up to... Like, it looks like these things... You could probably, like, jump on these. You can't, unfortunately. It would be pretty cool. It would be very dangerous, though. I like it whenever they leave areas in the game in that you can reach but don't have anything there. Because then they're just optional little things that you can jump around on, if you feel like doing it. And places where you can ruin PvP by getting to areas with your horse. And then summoning people in that cannot greet you because horses are not allowed in PvP. That's an option. But here we are. I wanted to point this out briefly. I'm not going to be doing this right now. But this is the quote-unquote AFK farming dungeon. The War Dead Catacombs. Ooh. And because it's the catacombs, you might think, oh, this looks exactly like a bunch of other catacombs. Yeah, it does. At least the first bit. Go ahead and do this so I don't forget. I'll briefly show this off. But there's a bunch of dudes fighting in here. And if you sneak in, you can even go over here. And if you go down the stairs a little bit, it'll spawn in even more enemies. Like so. Boop, there he goes. But a lot of people will do that and then like stand here. That's probably what this, yeah. They'll like go here and just wait because the enemies all respawn indefinitely. And over time they'll just keep killing each other and you will get all the runes for them dying. Although it takes them a really, really long time to actually kill each other. So that's the reason why it's the AFK farming area. Because they are not very proficient, but you can just leave this on all night and get runes that way. The reason why... The reason why that you would actually want to sit yourself right there... For God's sakes. Is because of that. Like, ever so often, one of the enemies will send someone downstairs... And they will try to... they will try to go around like that. And whenever they go around, if you're too close, then they will see you, obviously, and they'll kill you. But if you're facing just the right way, then they just might go past you and not actually physically see you. So, that's that. That's all I wanted to show off. It's really not much to see. I'm sure that people watching this kind of content were probably already either very familiar with that spot, or they're the kind of people that are, for some bizarre reason, watching this playthrough while having no interest actually playing the game at all. Which there are like a couple people like that. So, let's go back here. Let's warp inside. Everyone should still be here. We can go talk to Jiren. Leave Jiren's dialogue to me. Actually, before I do that, let me try to take care of these stupid lions first. Because remember that stupid lion that had a knife on its hand? And you can see like the doors over here. They're all closed. There's not even an interact prompt. There's not like an open, oh, this door is locked. It's just nothing. You're not allowed to interact with it at all. There's no prompt. But anyways, you can see one lion, two lions. So, they're also very stupid. And they will do this. They will try to pathfind to you because they're just so angry that you exist. But they otherwise can't really hit you. They can do that roar, that's it. They can, sort of... Damn. But they're trying to pathfind around this, blockage to be able to get to you, but they can't quite do it. Unfortunately, this also has the effect of them doing this over and over again. So you can't actually really interact with them. So, to that end, if you're trying to do this in the safest way possible, because these lion enemies are completely unfair. Like, they're just not fun to interact with on any level. You can sort of awkwardly dodge them, but they're another modern FromSoft enemy, so they're very spammy. And sometimes they'll just give up and go back to what they're doing, I guess. Not particularly reliable, though. What the hell happened to that one? Kind of just went nowhere. Anyways, poisoning them is probably the easiest thing to do. This spell has just enough range to sort of barely get over there, but you can tell how long this is going to take. 2, 3, and these ones don't really dodge the same way. 3, or 4. Come on, 4. Or 5, whatever. You 2. 6. 7. 8. 9. Well, 9. Okay, there we go, okay. Now for you. This is something that German Spy would do. I wonder, he always likes doing SL1 runs in these games. I don't know how that's going to work in this one. Elden Ring is not made like that. There we go, okay, got both of them. Elden Ring is designed to be a pain in the ass. Let's whittle their health down a little bit. Ooh, that felt nice. Alright, we can let nature take its course. It's much more satisfying to fight them like this. Because it really feels like you're getting away with something. Somber Smithing Stone, Beast Blood, whole thing. Beast Blood is very rare. For some reason. You think, oh, Beast Blood, go kill a beast. There we go, okay, got that done. That is complete. Let me just go back to this. It's actually faster doing it this way. Now those guys will be gone forever. Thank God. Get rid of that. We don't have to deal with that shit anymore. Alright. Talk to Jiren. Then I will have to, like, warp out of the area, go to another area, then come back. She doesn't have any more dialogue. This is how lazy it is. She just does the same emote where she gives you the gesture. I don't like calling it emote. But Alexander and Blythe are both gone, though. Off to do their own things. I'll have to figure out where exactly his next interaction point is. I think that it might actually be in the lakes area. Because I think he's like lying out in the middle of an open field. I've never actually seen it, but I have seen the location marked on the map. Alright, here we go. What do you got to say, Jiren? You angry about your universe being erased?
At last, the war festival has ended. Brave champion, you have our gratitude. The celebration was spectacular. General Radahn is surely pleased.
What celebration?
Festering with rot and crippled by madness, all he wanted was an honorable death.
How would you know? If you say so, I mean, he clearly could not communicate, but we'll just say that he wanted to be killed. That seems like the nice thing to say. It is strange, though. This guy would seemingly know what the effects of killing him would be. So why exactly is he helping us out? Like, sure, I'm going to be a pal to... I don't know what the relationship was. It could be like a helper that he used to have. I have no clue. By the way, the door back there is closed now. You can still get back there, weirdly. This is a weird point where if you don't have this area completed yet, again, by doing the other boss, you actually have to warp back to this... Oh, I never tagged the fucking bonfire there. God damn it. God damn it. At least I did this. If I didn't do this, oh, I'm having trouble. Anyways, you have to, like, go over here and kill yourself in these waters, and then you can teleport back to the stake that's on this side. And then after that, you can take the elevator back up. And you can actually get back over here and roll around and destroy all the benches. But you can't actually get back to this area. But then whenever you complete the boss again, the boss that you're supposed to fight that isn't Radon, then it opens back up. It's very strange.
Finally, my work is done.
What? Why were you
I'm no
here?
longer bound to this fortress. I have a task in mind. Old business, you could say. You wouldn't understand.
Try me.
May
No.
we meet again, if the fates deign it. Brave champion.
Alright, so all we have to go on is that he presumably was bound to this place. Maybe that was his final task, or maybe he was magically bound, and the way of getting him free was to kill Radon or something. I have no evidence for anything, just assumptions. But you would think that he would know that once he's dead, then the stars would be free, and there would be consequences to allowing quote-unquote fate to enact its will.
It's time I went on my way. May we meet again if the fates deign it. Brave champion.
Big Dick OG. Alright. Oh, you can go in there! What? Yeah, you can go into this little location right here. This door is locked, though. It has more of these stupid you don't have the right messages in front of it. Alright. That is that. That's what it was. I wanted to show off the shit that we just got from him. Which would be like a key item plus... Yeah, okay. His Great Rune. The Great Rune of the Shardbearer Radon, devoid of any benediction. This might change once I activate it. I have no clue. The Divine Tower, I guess. And that'll be up north, and that is a pain in the ass. I probably won't be clearing that one for a while. Yeah, seek the Divine Tower, colors, and the precipice of the Dragon Barrow Shore. Yep, I know where that is, and it's going to be a low priority thing for me, because it has a Godskin boss in it, and those are horrible enemies. I don't like them at all. Remembrance of the Star Scourge. Look at his cute little face. The Red Lion General wielded gravitational powers, which he learned in Celia, wherever that is, during his younger days. Celia. Do I know where that is? That might be a village up north. Because if it's not a place that's in the Lands Between, it would have to be a place outside of the Lands Between. And if that was the case, then that's something that's not allowed unless you're banished, from what I gather. Which would be a big deal. So determining that actually is kind of important. Also, he would never have to abandon his beloved but scrawny steed. That horse was in agony. Did it also die? Maybe the horse was holding up like Jupiter. And nothing else. That horse was clearly in absolute tremendous back-breaking agony. Did you see that thing walking? Quote-unquote walking? Like struggling for even a single inch. Yeah, he uses gravitational powers, so he wouldn't have to bend his three-wheel horse. Yeah, what a noble guy. Alright, that is complete. Let me actually roll fast. Jarberg is right here. It might be like he's like right around this location. I can do that real fast. Because this will also count as leaving the area. So that'll also work. I won't get distracted, though. I promise. I promise I won't get distracted. Alright. He may not even be this. I just have a very vague guess that he might be sort of in that area. Did I ever... Yeah, I think I got that one item that was there. And I've already gotten rid of this boatman, haven't I? I'm pretty sure that I got rid of Boatman. Did I ever kill the crab? Yeah, there was like a magic crab. I'm pretty sure I killed that one. Aha!
Can you hear me? Help me! I'm stuck. Hello? Hello?
Oh, there he is. Wow, that was a lucky guess.
Anyone?
Fairly close. Like, I legitimately did not know if he was in... I just remember him... I remember his icon sort of being in the area and thinking, oh, it's actually right above Jarberg.
Can you hear me? Help me! I'm
Wait.
stuck. Hello?
I remember one more thing about this.
Hello? Anyone?
Hold on, buddy. I have it in my notes, probably. Oh, I can get rid of this. Gale Tunnel, open it, festival. For Don Grace, yeah, I already talked to him.
Can you
Yes.
hear me?
Above
Help me.
Jarberg.
I'm stuck. Hello?
Parentheses. Oil. I forgot.
Hello? Anyone?
I have to have oil pots or something like that, which I can't seem to make.
Hello?
Alright, I'll talk
you
to you
hear
so
me?
you'll shut up.
Help me! Hello. How nice it is to see a friendly face.
How can you see?
As you can surmise, I've got myself stuck in another hole. Would you mind helping me out again?
This hole was not here before. How does he keep making these? The first time that we found him, I presumed that he was like walking along and there's a cliff right above him. So I figured, oh, he must have fallen off the cliff, and because he's a big heavy jar, plummeted into some soft ground. Like there's even some water in that area. So it's probably kind of muddy. And that's the reason why he was stuck. But now he's just like... How did you do that? There's nothing around. No cliffs? Like maybe he like rolled downhill gently? Maybe there was just a perfectly shaped hole that was here just for him. It's his hole. It was made for him.
My thanks in advance. I know you're the man for the job. You know what to do, hmm? Give me a good smack from behind with something nice and big.
Hell yeah.
Don't worry about my wound sustained at the festival. I'm stuck back together good and proper. Just give it your all.
That is a FromSoft lie.
Come on. Give me a good smack from behind with something nice and big.
Okay, from my understanding, I've never seen this one or the other, because again, I've never seen this. My understanding is that you have to use oil pots on him. If I even have any. If I don't, then I'll just come back later, I guess. Unless leaving him, seeing him, makes him die. Sleep pots and fire pots. Great. I don't have any. How the hell do you make oil pots? Hold on. I'll have to look it up. Elden Ring. Oil pot. What do they do? Throw enemies to soak them in oil, making them heavily susceptible to fire damage. Well, why don't you just throw something that inflicts fire damage, then? Really don't like items like that. Where it's like, oh, it doesn't do anything, but if you combine it, it's like a buff to another thing. Maybe combine it with 3 other things, or even more buffs. Just have the one item that does the thing. Oh... You get the recipe from the merchant that is in the river that we were just at. That is radical. I really appreciate that. Alright, well, won't be doing that. Alexander, I'm guessing you're just going to have to remain stuck here for a while. Because they're craftable items, there's no possible way that I even have one. Because you can't obtain them randomly. You actually have to make them. And I can't make them. So you are absolutely omega fucked, my friend. If I actually do try to free him, I think that that will just kill him. So him actually being like, no, no, I'm fine, I'm absolutely fine. You should definitely free me, is FromSoft basically going, they'll have to start over the whole game to do this correctly. So more FromSoftisms. Did you enjoy that? So, okay, please, Alexander, do not vanish for some reason. I will be most cross with you if you do. Let's see. Let's start, well, Let me teleport back in and see if that reset anything. I strongly doubt that it did. It would be funny if it actually did. Now there's no boss fog or anything. Oh, there is! Holy shit, it actually did reset everything. So I can actually do it from inside. Last time I tried to do this, it did not work in the least. Wow. You like those iframes? They're actually setting him on fire. I bet you've heard of horse iframes, where you get off and on your horse to maintain invincibility. I bet you haven't heard of weird dragon fire cannon dismounting iframes. No, stop it. You've been a bad boy. Okay, so now that enemies are back in, I presume what happened is... Once... Was Jiren always in this place? If he was, then he wasn't really doing a very good job of clearing the enemies out. But I presume what happened is once... Oh yeah, I forgot. That once everyone decided to join in on the festival, all these heroes showed up and just cleared out the area. Maybe Jiren himself as well. This thing takes a while. How about this? Whoa! Does a lot of damage if you hit them when their little doors open, which I appreciate. Most of its moves are fine. It's mainly like that if you're in the open. If you don't have anything for it to run into, or you're in really close quarters, which I think the first one that I encountered was at Caria, and that was in a very close quarters environment. I'm not terribly okay with that move though. Then yeah, they become a big issue. Ooh, this big one. Nope. I'm gonna stay away from you. There you go. I don't use my magic enough anyways. Considering I have 4 flasks for something that I never really use. Okay. But this, I think, is the area that I need to be in. By the way, item. But you want to run up and grab that item, huh? Guy right there. If you're too loud, then he will start exploring the area. So here we are, finally. Red Hot Wet Blade, the thing I actually need. Let's look at the thing before I get attacked from behind. Probably key items. Whoop. No? No. Red Hot Wet Blade, okay. Red Hot Wet Blade with a cipher engraved can be used with a whetstone knife. When applying affinity using physical or flame type ashes of war, an additional affinity of fire or flame art can be chosen. So, finally. I can finally use any Ash of War that I want, as long as it is a fire weapon. Oh look, he just so happened to wake up. And so did I. Oh, I wanted to be a little bitch and hit him while he was looking at shit in the menu. Shucks. Alright. That makes me moderately happy, because now I can actually use an Ash of War that isn't like one of the 4 things that you've seen the whole game, because that entire system is fucking flawed as balls. Again, there's not much of a reason why I can think of for why it should be the way that it is, other than just demonstrating that there are different kinds of Ashes of War. And that there are different kinds of, like, builds that you can make, I suppose. Makes no real sense. There's not really any benefit to locking them out like that. Also cool that they space these guys in such a way that you can't actually roll, get in your 2 hits to kill the guy, and then leave without getting hit yourself. Very cool. I'm rolling into these because I want to. I'm going to roll into these too. That is one good thing I will say about most of the areas. They put plenty of random bullshit for you to roll into. Although that can also be detrimental if it's a combat area. There have been plenty of situations where, look at this one guy. Trying to be a fucking asshole. Oh, I just so happened to see the player character. How'd that happen? Because you're scripted to go find me. Okay, let me... Okay. I was wondering how long it would take. Usually these guys will fire at a wall for a while. Because that's what they're scripted to do. And, after that amount of time... Whoa, he dropped a lot of shit. Most of it garbage. But still. After a while of firing, then their cheating-ass bitch script will actually, like, shut off. And they'll have to go investigate, quote-unquote, investigate the last place that they knew that you were. Now remember, when you have the opportunity to backstab someone with a giant flaming spear, like this... I could probably farm this guy and get his shit. Then, don't backstab them, because why would you do that when there's more damage when you can do chained R2s? Well, the one reason why is because sometimes it'll just rob you of your damage, which is super cool. Really appreciate that. Well, are you gonna... Oh! And because I have a bleed weapon, I can be a little bitch and hit him through a shield. Because bleed is overpowered as balls. Not that it mattered, didn't have enough health to survive it either way. It's funny how useless bleed is in the other games, because most of the time enemies die so quickly that they will never ever have a chance to actually build up enough bleed for it to trigger. Like, they'll die way ahead of time. So the only thing it's really useful for would be bosses, and bosses are always completely immune to it. It's Final Fantasy logic. We can't let you use gravity, we can't let you use Demi 1, 2, and 3 on Genova. That would be overpowered for you. We want you to experience the actual boss fight, and it has a lot of health. You can jump on this, but it doesn't matter. So therefore, you're not allowed to use it at all. Well then, why'd you give it to me? What the fuck? Under what? Really? I'm maxed out on bolts in my storage and... Whoa. I should just start firing this shit off, just for the hell of it. What to use? Best one would be Arbalist. And that's a basic bolt. Aha. Now pick it up. Unable to acquire all the bolts. Dude, I can't... Why can't I hold all these bolts? Yeah, I normally use the bow. Because, you know, why would you... why would you? But if you're using, like... If you're doing pulls, then yeah, that makes sense all the same. Okay. That area's done. May as well do this since I'm right here. There's actually not that much inside of this area. What's this, like, Red Castle? What's the name of this fucking place? Whoa. That's quite the equipment load. Let's take that Arbalist off. Most of my weight is actually coming from this stupid helmet. Which actually, this is sort of a meme helmet in a way, because... the amount of defensive values it actually gives you is not particularly amazing. Like, it's fine. But it also weighs 7.5. Like, a good way of determining the efficiency of armor in this game, or any of the games, is to look at its weight and then look at its poise. Like, something on the very low scale will... have, like, this, for example. This is the lightest thing that I have. 0.7 weight, 0 poise. Then you go up, 1.2 weight, 0 poise. This thing, Aristocrat Hat, 3 weight, 1 poise. It isn't until you start getting to the heavy shit, you're like 7.1, 8 poise. It's more exaggerated on the armors. Like this one, 16.5 weight, 25 poise. Poise is just a useful one. It's just right there, and you normally need it most of the games, although, you know, Dark Souls 3 in this game, who knows. But, yeah. That's a good way of handling it. I don't need any healing flasks right now, I don't guess. can't remember what's in here. I think it's this one item. Yep, right here. Armor's Cookbook number 4. Let's see what this is. I'll be happy to be rid of this area. This one castle is like the worst fucking place for, like all the bullshit triggers that it causes. It's not great. Let's see, what does this do? Red Mane Fire Pot. Well, thank God. I've really been aching for that one. Not sure what that is. I will know once I'm able to actually craft it. Alright, there is a couple of bad men in this area. One may have heard me just then, but maybe not. There's one item up here, in this generic overlook area, whatever the hell you want to call it. It's a shame that one of the frustrating things about doing an LP of this game is just that there's so many cloned items in areas that like exploring it is almost completely pointless. There's just nothing to say about it in many cases. Come over here. Come over here. Aw, gonna need 2 hits. Man, I look forward to using new Ashes of War. Okay. I have no reason to coming over here really besides showing off this little teleporter thing. I can't remember where this goes. Maybe that'll be the last thing I do. I'll figure that out. Oh, you're still alive. Let's fix that problem, shall we? Oh, no! Stop. Did you... He actually caused me to take damage by getting off this thing. Him moving his arms slightly caused me to take, like, 100 damage. Goddamn. Whatever. Alright. This is another little major area. I don't think there's anything actually down here. It's just the ladder, I'm pretty sure. But I think up here is a flamberge. Normally I would be excited for a flamberge, because it is a bleed weapon, but the flamberge is a greatsword, and as we have been over, greatswords are very slow. And for some reason, they don't... By the way, that's a pumpkin head you're hearing. And for some reason, they do not adjust the rate of hemorrhage infliction depending on how slow the weapon is. Gotta make sure that those katanas are fresh and fit. So, here's another problem I have with enemy placement. They just put this guy right fucking here. And of course he has nearly infinite stamina. Whoosh. Cool. At least most of his moves are somewhat fair. You definitely only get on like 1 hit though. It depends on the speed of the weapon. I still have yet on this character... I actually have it on my strength character, but I've never gotten the pumpkin head to actually drop on any of my kills. Flamberge. Take a look at this. Flamberge is a weapon that I've always liked in all the games, but I never use. In most of the other games it's because bleed is just useless. So the flamberge usually is a claymore, except it has a slightly worse moveset, and it does slightly worse damage. Is it this? No, Bastard Sword, what the hell? Oh, there it is. It just has a very different icon that I'm used to. Greatsword featuring a flame-like undulation. Scarlet Rod is kept at bay with flame at Redmane Castle, because it looks like a fire, sort of. It should go here. Sure, why not? And as such, this beloved sword of Jiren's eventually became the symbol of the castle itself. Yeah, I sure did. So apparently Jiren has been... Or, I might be saying his name wrong. It might be like Jiren, Jiren, or something. I don't care. His name's Jiren now. So apparently Jiren has been working here, working as a janitor here at Redmane Castle for a long time. Good for him. Good for him for wasting his life. Smith and Stone 3. There we go. Can it just drop down from here? Maybe. Yes. There we go. Something fun about just busting through the railings. And one last little area. There's this last little bit here where you can unlock a path upwards. You usually do this first. But there is a naughty little man in here, which you can't really see clearly. You can tell that you're designed to come in from this direction, considering he's facing right over there. But it's one of these pages. Does he have a slightly different hood? Or is it the same one? Yeah, it's the same one. Well, yes, that is the same one, because the pages that I'm thinking of that I will see later, I think, are at the capital. Unfortunately, I think there's some dogs out here. Yeah, here's one. Maybe it's just the one. Why exactly there's one dog, I don't know. And for some fucking reason, the summoning pool is here. So if you ever actually want to summon someone for help with the boss that's way over there, you have to come all the way over here, summon them, and then go through the whole level. Why? Because fuck you, I guess. And there's nothing over here. Fantastic. Let's grab this. There's actually a bunch of dudes in here. But they're all sweepy little babies. Ooh, sweepy time forever. They will never wake up. Unless you count that brief moment where they were aware that they were being cut in two. It's another case of where... I don't know why FromSoft does this so much, but they really like having rooms full of dudes that do not bother you, so you might be inclined to not bother them. Because you're cool like that, right? But then whenever you get to the end of the area, all of them are scripted to get up and be like, we're gonna fucking kill you now for no reason. So you're forced to deal with all of them at the same time. With, I guess, the lesson being just murder everything that you see. Who knows? Armor's Cookbook, number 5. Oh, wearing these headphones is so hard on my neck. Immunizing cured meat. Oh, thank God. I've been really aching for some more immunizing cured meat. No one uses that shit. They really need to stop making those. Now, if I was, like, in charge of my own FromSoft title, which one, ugh. But on the other hand, if I was, then I would definitely have way fewer consumable items. Because why would you have that many? You don't need that many. I know that the entire premise, supposedly, is that you use what you have in order to, Lions. That Lions thing. I forget what it's called. Lion's Claw. Don't have access to it yet on this character. I should farm these guys. What the hell was I just saying? It was probably nothing important. Oh, consumable items. Because you don't need that many. You just don't need that many. Too many consumable items. They do too many very ultra-specific things. And there's nothing over here, in case you're wondering. There's some messages trying to trick you into thinking that there are. Because everyone has the same joke. Everyone just tells the same 3 fucking jokes. What is this? Oh, that's the entrance, yeah. And then there's this guy. You're supposed to take care of these guys whenever you first come in. Yeah, that guy's a basic sword. Actually, I'm more leery of these dudes than I am these guys. Because those ones will lose their mind in Bloodborne at you and flip out and start swinging their arms haphazardly. So yeah, this is actually the path that you're supposed to take, and it's the path that I took initially whenever I got angry that the area was empty. So, there we go. This is the full exploration of the shitty area. Except for that one troll. Actually, there's another item that I never picked up down there. And I haven't done the boss yet. I can do those things real fast. The troll does not actually drop anything, though. Unfortunately, this might wake up these dumb... I was trying to think up some sort of insulting thing. It was like, my brain thought up something that was like, oh no, that actually might get me in trouble. That's insulting enough that it actually might have, like, real-world consequences. I never picked up that shit over there. God damn it. God damn it. Well, let's go pick up some shit. At least it kills these things in one hit. Here, come here. Come here. Before you start flying. No. No poison! God damn you, stupid fucking albino bat. Whatever the hell you are. Come here, miss. No. Alright, smoldering butterfly. Thank God. We got 8 of them, boys. Thank God. Now we can craft nothing that I care about. Alright, can I jump over here with my horse? With horsey, horsey, horse. Can I jump? Yes, I can. Okay, good. It may have been just as easy to just take the normal path up here. Yeah, okay, thank you. Hitting. Oh my God. Jesus fucking Christ almighty. Blessed be his name. Will you please just stand still? No one likes you. You're one of the worst enemies in this game. It's like the... I was thinking about this the other day. How many are there? Like dogs, rats, bats. There's one more. Turtles. No, not turtles. What's the other annoying one? There's another animal, basic animal type. Dogs, rats. Well, there's also like wolves. There's like a subtype though. What is the other one? There's one more. And I referred to them as like the 4... Hold on, hold on. Ah, I thought that maybe... Ah, shit. Oh, well. I can't remember. I can't remember. Dogs... Bats, the rats. There's one other basic... The eagles. The fucking eagles. That's what it is. Animals. So it's the eagles, any birds, like the birds, the bats, the rats, and the dogs. I refer to those as the 4 horses of the apocalypse. It's something about the fact that none of them are horses, and I still refer to them as the 4 horses of the apocalypse. I really get a kick out of that. Okay, did I actually pick up the item that's in that tower? Maybe I didn't. I don't think there's actually anything else in this... No, 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 take that back. There's like shit down there. Yeah, yeah. Not really anything terribly important, but still it's there. Please don't kill me just from doing this. I just don't want to... Are you... Really? Because it didn't count. For God's sakes. Even though I was stably standing on the cliff... Yeah, I know. Even though I was standing on the cliff, because it wasn't quote-unquote stable enough, because I wasn't stationary for a long enough amount of milliseconds, it doesn't count. But anyways, this allows me to show off this. You're actually supposed to be bombarded by idiot fire, which is not really a big deal. You just swerve side to side. Who cares? Stop it. And of course my runes are up there. That's fantastic. Also, they will destroy their own barricades for some reason. This with a slim chance that it might hit you. Like whenever they flip out and start doing that flailing attack, that's what I'm worried about. The actual knights are not really that big of a concern. Here. God damn it. Stop it. There we go. Be good boys. Nice, predictable attacks. No! No torch! No torch pole! No! No torch pole! Bad. Okay. Yeah, what do I want to do? I do have to go up here either way. Okay, but anyways, remember that troll? He jumps down, he's very angry. He's very angry. I'm not going to find him right now. I'm more concerned about my runes. Let me do this first. Yeah, he'll just attack you through shit. That's cool, right? But yes. You can do that. I'm just trying to clear out this one area, so I never have to think about it again. And I think it's right here. Yes, alright. Get the smithing stone 6, nothing important, terribly important. I want to get my runes first, before I start trying to drop down any surfaces. Because as demonstrated, fall damage can be a little bit wonky. A little bit funky fresh. Funny how funky fresh is like the least funky fresh thing to say these days. Gotta make sure that you jump really far. You might be wondering how come you just don't get back on your horse. If you were on this surface right here that I was just on, the game will not allow you to use your horse. I don't know why. Just something about the way the game is scripted or something. They don't like it. They don't much care for it. Unfortunately, now that I'm up here again, there's not much of a way for me to drop back down without trying to very carefully... No, don't slip and slide. Look at this. Look at this amazing footwork by this horse. Looks fantastic. Flawless gameplay. Alright. A little bit forward. This probably won't work. Yep. That's what I thought. Isn't it really cool of them to make that cliff the exact distance where it will automatically kill you? And at the same time not put anything for you to actually land on? Very, very clearly, intentionally trying to be cunts about it. For really no reason. Like, what's the purpose of that? What is the actual purpose? Actually, I think that teleporter in there that I was talking about was like, I don't know where this thing goes. Cool. I think that thing... I was too much in the center. Go. No, not that way. This way. I think that thing actually brings you back to right here, actually, now that I think about it. I think it just brings you back to that exact spot. So this time I'm going to actually go over here. Let's pick up this fucking garbage on the ground. One item. What was it? Wow, Smith, thank God I came down here for this fucking garbage. Thanks a lot, FromSoft. I was telling my Discord the other night that I often... This is true. This is absolutely true. I often have the fantasy of chasing Miyazaki around the office with a belt. Just whipping his ass. You're like, oh, that seems unstable, Eli. Yeah, it does. I don't like it. But it feels so good. It feels really good to be irritated at the game. And be like, if I was there with a belt and I had the power to just chase him around as he squealed because he's not used to facing the consequences of his actions, no more boats, then it would just be a delight for me. I'm gonna have to come back over here twice. Whoa. Can I actually open that door? I'm not actually certain. I almost expected it to kill me there. Come on. Pick it up. Don't freeze. There we go, okay. I don't actually need to level up anymore, but I would like to buy random shit. Can I go up here? It does not look like it. So even this, you're like, no! No going backsies! It almost looks like I could probably jump over there, but I'm not gonna try it. Let's... Oh my fucking god. I was trying to get down to a safe place where I could actually use the map to teleport away. This game is just the best. It has no flaws. The map layout is impeccable. The choices that they make clearly do not indicate that they are sociopathic monsters. that only have a singular goal of making the player as inconvenienced and annoyed as they possibly can. That clearly is not the case. And Miyazaki definitely does not need to be chased around the office with a belt freshly pulled clean of one's pants and have his bare ass beaten red as he weeps in regret. Move up. I don't care. I don't have the patience for it right now. Clearly it's not the case. No, no fucking torch, man. Stop it. Just get out of my way. I don't care. I don't care. Go away. No pushing. Here's my bitch. No, I don't want that either. Just go away. Shoot. No, no more enemies. Stop it with the enemies. No more enemies. Go away. Christ. Like this every day. Every day we stray further from God's grace. I know, you're gonna use some stupid wind attack for your stupid fucking breath. Oh my god. I'm gonna actually have to do this stupid... Can I even get them again? I don't know if I can even... Are you fucking for real? No. Get your stupid ass back down there. You have no business being over here and you know it. Get back to your fucking spawn position and go back to sucking your own dick. That's all you're good at. I don't have time to whip up there and beat your ass by hitting your knees 3 times. Jesus Christ, this game. If there's not an eligible place for me to stand, then why would you place them there? I'm gonna die again trying to... Because that... Look at that. That leads off a cliff. It leads to death again. If I even remotely... How did I even get up there the first time? Like this? Almost like that. Sideshow Bob, motherfucker. Oh my god. Will I actually have to end the part? Oh my fucking god. I was gonna kill the troll, but I just wanted to demonstrate that he doesn't drop anything. But he has a big flaming sword. Oh, someone in the play group became Elden Lord. Great. Good for you, man. More than I can say for me. Alright, here we go. Okay, now, yes, good. It will actually allow me to do that. Oh my fucking god. Get the hell out of here. Fucking shithole. Why would you do that? Why would there just not be a cliff for you to drop down? You just came from that area. You have to pass that area to get to the cliff. You could even put a ladder there. There's no reason to do that. Some people were like, no, there's shortcut porn. There's Stormvale, right? No. There isn't. There are a lot of places in Stormvale where you are high up in the rafters and you can drop down. That's not what shortcut porn is. You can fall. Shortcut porn is whenever you are up high and you drop down a ladder. And then you can go low or high. Wow. Or it's whenever you have an elevator. Maybe you're down in the basement. And then you find an elevator. And that elevator goes up in such a way that it, like, you can actually roll off or stop at various levels. Or maybe even roll onto another section that you didn't even know was related. And it can be used to traverse all sorts of areas that you've already been to. That's shortcut porn. Just falling off a roof and breaking your ankle and being like, I'm in a room I could have gotten to, but it would have taken several minutes. That's not shortcut porn. That's just a shortcut. I know that there's no official term for this, but this is what I'm referring to. The ability to move in and out of these areas. Okay. What to do? I know exactly what to do. Actually, no. before I do this, I'm going to go back to the Table of Lost Grace. I'm going to upgrade this stupid fucking bird. Because I want something to be as annoying as the game has been annoying to me this far. Nothing new happened. Better not be anyone in here praying or getting murdered.
Are you here for spirit tuning?
Hell yeah I am, baby. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, bird is this one. None of you. I want bird because I want it to be annoying. I only have one? God, the income for these is so bad. Well, go ahead and use it. I'm not going to use it on anything else. She's already upgraded. Okay, good. And then this. And then there I have nothing of number 4. Cool. Alright. Well, I'm here. 1. One for you as well. One for you. Wow, I haven't upgraded these things in a while. And these are all 3s. That's 2. Don't really need you guys. And my little imp dudes are 4s, of course. 2, 2, 2. Ooh, gosh. And then no more 2s. I ran out for that. Oh well. That was a shame. No, I guess they were probably the lowest priority out of all those, though. Oddly enough, I have 6 of these, though. Makes no sense. Upgrade system in this game, the way it parses out stuff is very strange. Not the best. Not the best. Not the best. Not the baby. I'm the baby. Gotta love me. That's my playthrough. I'm the bitchy baby. Gotta love me. You have to love me. You have to. It's in the rules. I'll upgrade my puppies. You get the special boy points. And skeletal militia. I want to beat these bosses is the last thing I do. Yeah, probably you guys. Okay, I'm not gonna waste my 4. Oh wait. One of the little griplings left a message here. Wonder what it says. Why is it always lovable, sword? Of course. Of course, like, all the messages I found that are from the Plague group are all about waifus. Actually, let me go see what exactly I could get as far as weapons go. Because I think everything that I've encountered so far is all int-related, which is very annoying. Oh, you came back, motherfucker. Yeah. Yeah, bitch, I lived. Yeah. I buy his shitty clothing. Actually, it's probably some of the best clothing in the game. Which is unfortunate because like, the fashion in this game is awful. Alright, Star Surge, Great Sword. Oh, look at that! It requires int again! Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Let me actually check all these. This only requires strength, at least. This requires faith. Alright, so that is something. This requires int. This requires int. This requires int. What about this? Now this just requires strength and nothing else. So strength and dexterity. Okay. Star Surge Greatsword. Curved Greatsword is a black steel wielded by General Radahn. You can't have 2, you can only have 1. A pair of weapons decorated with the lion main motif. I'm guessing if you double-hand it, you get 2 of them. I would assume, if that's what they're going for. Or maybe not. Oh gosh, I've been going too long. Radahn earned considerable renown as a Star Scourge in his youth. Why would he have that name in his youth? And it said that it was during this time he engraved the gravity crest upon these blades. Okay, hold on. This is another case of the game really mudding the timeline of events. Because supposedly he was holding up... Wasn't he holding up the stars as a result of the fight that he was undergoing after the shattering? If that was the case, why would they refer to him as Star Scourge when he was a little kid? And didn't he supposedly learn gravity magic so that he wouldn't hurt his horse? Then how come he engraved the gravity crest upon his blades whenever he was a kid? That doesn't make any sense. that would have been way after the fact, supposedly. Unless he was already like a giant when he was like 14, or whatever exactly it considers his quote-unquote youth to be. Well, whatever. It's Elden Ring. Elden Ring bathtub girls itself all the time with its lore. Like, it really has no idea what it wants. But maybe there's a simple explanation, but I kind of doubt it. Kind of doubt it. Lion Great Bow. Great blow of black iron wielded by decorated with lions. That's my thing. How come lions is the thing of like 3 different people so far? Imbued with the gravitational power of the Starseer. Really? The bow has gravitational power? When used alongside with Radahn's spear, it becomes a true weapon of a champion. Radahn's spear? How the hell do you get his spear? I can't kill him twice. Where the hell do you get that thing? And how come you have to pair it with it? That makes no sense. Is Radahn's spear some sort of spell? Or maybe... No, it must be... It's the arrow. It's got to be the arrow. It's a type of arrow. That's what it is. Yeah, shut up. Where's my arrows? This is one of the things I picked up I never read. Radahn's spear. There we go. Yep. Great arrow is used by General Radahn during the Festival of Combat. That's strange. It doesn't... It makes it sound like he did not actually... Because these appeared to just be clean rot. Yeah, these are in fact mini spears which he was stabbed by the clean rot knights. So this is not Radahn's spear at all. They're just clean rot knight spears. But Radahn was like using them because he apparently killed so many of them that he could actually pick them up and use them as arrows. Arrows that, if I remember correctly, are so gigantic that they're the size of buildings. So they were very clearly not used by clean rot knights either, but we'll just ignore that. Maybe it's because of the gravitational power. Ooh. Now, exactly how am I supposed to get more of those? Do you have anything new to say?
Queen Marika is the vessel of the Elden Ring, carrier of its vision. A god in truth.
Wasn't it shattered? So isn't she a carrier of nothing?
Elden Ring's shattering, she was imprisoned in the Earth Tree. A grim punishment for shattering the Order, despite her godhood.
Oh, so she did it.
The fingers speak. Marika's trespass demanded a heavy sentence. But even in shackles, she remains a god and a vision's vessel. Confer great runes to become Elden Lord.
Yeah, same thing, because they're like, go, fuck America. Breed with her.
Have willed it
The
so.
fingers say it will be hot. Go forth. Finger bang America. Yeah, go forth. I'll go forth when I want to. Stop telling me what to do, Grandma. Alright, how come you haven't left yet? Didn't you say you were leaving? Why the fuck are you hanging around here so much? Wonder what that stink was. Alright, let me waste all my runes buying shit. Oh, all for a ball bearing? Oh, yeah, of course. Of course. Why would I be so foolish as to... Okay, so nothing new. I can just buy shit tons of meat. I always buy the bones because you're always gonna need this shit if you're gonna craft anything at all. Buy a little bit of turtle meat. Whoa, turtle meat expensive. Turtle meat very expensive. Looks like a dick. Looks like someone's erect dick that got chopped off. Did any of you feel like pain after I said it? Good. Good. 25, 34. Yeah. I'll buy more of these. Then I'll buy 40 turtle? Why 40 exact? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, okay. And we'll not buy single smithing stone. There we go, okay. 129 runes. There we are. Now, what the hell was I doing? Oh yeah, I was going to do the boss fight. I couldn't even remember why exactly I was trying to get rid of all my runes. There's no reason to carry them around anymore. I'm already at level 150. Not really feeling it, though. I can tell because the game is not like a colossal pain in the ass, but even at 150, I don't feel overpowered at all. Like, in the least. Now, come forth, annoying fucking pest bird. Let's fucking do this, you dumb bitch. Bitch. What should I use? I know exactly what this is gonna be. It's gonna be annoying, is what it's gonna be. Yeah, let's stick with Flame Frenzy. I can't remember what this flask does, but I'll drink it. Misbegotten Warrior. Alright, go ahead and attack. Kinda looks like a little lion, doesn't he? Don't take much damage from him. Like, well, never mind. Alright. Maybe this will finish him. No, it will not. God damn it. Of course he would survive with like a sliver of health. Oh, for God's sakes, that's another case of there's too much fucking shit in the way. Of course. That's my problem with this arena. There's just so much goddamn shit all over the place. And it doesn't break whenever you roll into it. It's just there. That's the only reason why it's there, too. To make sure that it's an obstruction that gets you killed. It'd be nice if I actually had time to heal, but of course everything's a goddamn Bloodborne enemy. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, he screamed. Now he gets to do his 50-hit combo. Oh, does he? Wow. Whoever saw such a thing. Except for every human being. It's weird that sometimes he gets stunned, sometimes he doesn't. I'm feeling not having enough stamina. Roll, you dumb bitch! Fucking mashing the roll button, you don't do a goddamn thing. What the hell's wrong with you? Aha! Got it anyways. Cheeky bitch. Alright. They really wanted this to be as unfair as they possibly can make it. Okay, now you deal with the fucking table. Of course, he doesn't have to worry about it at all. He can just stumble through. Like the bird, he just eats shit behind him. He wasn't even trying to attack him. Come on. Hit him. There you go. That's what I wanted. Of course, every enemy in this game's like, no, I don't care if I get hit a million times from behind by anyone else, it's gotta be the host. Oh, fucking bird. Kinda hard to see with the bird, though. It keeps flying directly into his face. Haha. Your desire to knock the pest away betrays you. I didn't even know you could break his poise. He has so much of it. Man, I'm doing like no damage to him, though. Ah, we're starting with the tail shit. Go get him, birdie! Yeah, the bird's not really doing too much. I do like the idea that he is being annoying, though. You can't really hit him too well. Oh, cool! It is nice that their hitboxes are so gigantic that they can just hit you anyways, though. I've actually seen people do that in PvP as well. Well, there goes Birdo. I've seen people do that in PvP, where they had no intention of hitting someone that was behind them, but the hitboxes are just so fucked in this game. In other words, it's not so much the hitboxes are fucked, they're accurate to what's happening. But, there's the two-tail swipe, I suppose. That, the weapons that have really fucked up attacks become the problem. No. Okay. Probably took more damage than I needed to, but I was kind of not paying that much attention. But that's fine. Rune's great sword. I bet the actual game intention was to make sure that you die to those guys probably about 10, 12 times. So you could just learn them, perfect them. Oh, and it'd be so magnifique. Oh, you would just know them so well. The precise frame data. I don't want to do that shit. It's fucking lame. What a bad experience to give the player. What was this shit? An ultra great? Yeah. Won't be using this. This is apparently I think this is actually a fairly good weapon, like not in like an S class or anything, but it's like an A or something. But it does look kind of dumb. Not a big fan of the look. It's not the worst thing that I've ever seen, but yeah. Originally rubble from a ruin. How come I can't make one? That's all it is? It's just a bunch of fucking rocks? Let me wrap a fucking stick around it. Let me staple a broomstick to a bunch of rocks. There. S-class weapon. Done. This surviving fragment was honed into a weapon. Yeah, I'm sure it was. It really looks like it. You can really tell from the fine edge that it has. One of the legendary armaments. Oh, the legendary rock that fell from the sky. Then again, I say that I saw like a dagger yesterday that was like the... what was it called? The Nebula. Like one of the most pretentious things in the world. It was a weapon that was made from some old meteorite and also had like some opals and shit in it. Like every pretentious thing that they could think of. Really gaudy, ugly weapon too. Definitely a FromSoft style weapon. Piece of shit, really. But still, it has lots of expensive things in it. The ruin it came from crumbled when struck by meteorites. As such, this weapon harbors this destructive power. So not only is it the remnants of some building that was presumably made by a dragon hardening itself into a wall, but after it fell from the sky, another meteorite slammed into it for good measure, making it explode. And then someone took that meteorite shattered piece of dragon wall and then carved it into... Actually, I think even its handle, it's not even a stick, it's just... The handle is also made of stone. So really, they didn't do much of anything. They just took what is very clearly a piece of wall, shaved off like a little bit on the side, and then gave it a handle. And then said, done. Fucking done. So fucking sick, bro. It's another one of those bro designs that I like making fun of. I love making fun of things like this, because you know there's lots of people, there are lots of people that are obsessed with weapons that look like this. It's actually not as big as I thought it would be. Yeah, it's just clearly one of those walls that I run into outside. Technically, it sort of looks like it might have an edge. Like it's all polygons, so it's going to look sharp no matter what. But I'm not quite sure how effective that would be. What does it do? Oh, it makes a little tumbly noise. Wonderful. Well, I'm almost disappointed I can't use it just because it has one interesting thing about it. But it is, of course, an int weapon. Why are they so obsessed with giving int requirements to everything? What the fuck is wrong with them with this? Maybe it's because, again, they're trying to go this route of, no, you need to have int or you need... There are only two builds, right? There's int or there's faith. You can have high strength for either one of them. It doesn't matter. But you need to have either int or faith. So maybe they're going the route of, look, sorceries are kind of boring, but the swords are pretty neat, huh? And since, hey, look, we're already encouraging you to do nothing except for, you know, do split arm stuff, so everything requires sense. Because Faith gets actually interesting sort of spells. Maybe that's their logic. I don't know. It's really hard to guess what exactly is going through their head most of the time. They're always doing some sort of stupid bullshit. Okay, well, I guess that's it. I think Jaren is also gone. So, get out of my hands, you gaudy piece of shit. Next time, I'm not quite sure what I'll do. There's not much reason for me to go down to downstairs anymore. I could do that, though. To get the oil jars. Yes, that's something I'll have to do either way. So I could do that, I suppose. Yeah, so all the doors are not open, except for this one. For some bizarre reason, I don't know why, this one door is never something you can open in any circumstance. It doesn't open from this side. You can walk all the way around and walk right up next to it, and it doesn't open from that side either. It is just a door that will not open. Truly amazing. Okay, anyways. So next time I'll do some sort of weird shit. I don't know what it's going to be. Probably bitching about something, if I'm going to guess. But it will hopefully not involve anything here. Although I still need to farm those dudes. Also, very cool for them to put a boss room bonfire a few steps away from the original. They did such... Like, I would mod the fuck out of this game. Like, there are so many things in this game that I find fault with. I would mod this thing to hell and back. And one of the elements of the mods, would be to move these stupid waypoints, these points of grace, to spots that make sense. And I would also completely get rid, unless it's something that's essential, of points of grace that appear whenever you kill a boss. I hate that mentality. I would obliterate those off the face of the planet. Enough of those. Like, this should not be here. This point should be either at the entrance, if you could actually enter via there, which you can't. So it should actually be, like, at the back. It should probably actually be, like, right here, whenever you first climb up the ladder. Or there should be, like, a point here where it joins the area where you can climb up a ladder with the area where you can go through the door, so it links to both of those. Especially if they're putting the summoning pool over here, which I don't know why they put it there. So yeah, the point of grace should be, like, right here. It should not be over here. Although, once you actually... Like, this is why shortcut porn is important. This is how it should actually work. Let's assume you're keeping the shape of this castle, right? And the boss fog is still right here. It's still right this direction. The layout is exactly the same. This is what should happen. You should go up here, kill the little troll guy, and then there should be like a little door that you go in. That's right here. And that's where the first point of grace should be. That's where your bonfire should be. Then after that, you can either leave here or go through or whatever. But you start the area, right? But that point of grace is always right there. But after you clear the area, you discover, oh, there's like a little path up here, and you can walk along the top. And you go over here, you go across to where the gates are, and then there's a ladder that drops down right there. So that you can actually appear at the point of grace, climb the ladder, and then run over here. And because it's also right next to the summoning pool, you could actually summon people in, and you could either clear the area from this point of grace using the people you summoned in, or you can summon them in to do the boss, and they both appear at the same exact area. That's what shortcut porn is for. That's why things need to link back to each other. Anyway, okay. Alright, I guess that's it for the time being. The next thing I'll probably have to do, I'm going to have to go in and mark all the shit that's all over the place in this map. And we'll do Caelid. I'll have to start another character so I can actually show you what Bly says in his one line of dialogue, and what Alexander says in his one line of dialogue he gets whenever you clear the area. Okay, but that's what's happening next time, I guess. It's gonna suck either way. Maybe I'll do the dragons. Because I'm already at max level. I was saving the dragons for whenever it was a higher level, and it didn't really occur to me, yeah, I'm already 150, that's as far as I'm going. So I could do that as well. You guys don't care either way, so I don't know why I'm even bothering to think to list them out as far as what you guys want. You don't care. You're here to listen to me bitch about random things, apparently. Anyways, this is my design solution. That would be the thing I would want you to leave your comments on. I can very easily see the main criticism of my design solution for the leveling system being, that's too complicated. I don't get it. It's not that complicated. It's the same thing that you have now, except the main core thing is that whenever you move those numbers up, it gets more expensive, and that's to encourage you to spread those numbers around. And also the scaling would have to be such that you're encouraged not to... Like Elden Ring, that's one of the main flaws of Elden Ring, is that you're really encouraged to go to 80 in an individual stat, instead of spreading your stats around. That's a flaw in all the games. They do that shit in every single one of the games. It's always a problem, and it always affects how people make their builds. It's just an astronomically stupid way to handle these systems. But anyways, so it's the same thing, it's just that they get more expensive as things go up, and you have to spend points on moving your ceiling up. Or none if you are actually using the thing that you're trying to train up. And that's it. That's like the main thing. So, anyways, see you guys next time, I guess. Fuck me, right? Focus all, everyone! Miyazaki doesn't need his ass whipped, though.